The Bills gear up to head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the wild card Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety DeMar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited participants. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not participate. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants on Wednesday to full participants yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Sabres get their back-to-back wins after surviving against the Rangers last night.
McLeod, though, he can score shorthanded goals. He's got the puck. He feeds it through. Samuelson, tough angle shot. Scores! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable!
Tia Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Stone, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots against. Up next, they're in action Saturday, hosting the Ducks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Around the NFL, the Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have a, quote, in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. The Ravens and Titans requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. Miami head coach Mike McDaniel was fired yesterday, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have reached out to McDaniel about their offensive coordinator vacancy. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Boy, going in, it's the Jacoby Myers game.
Yeah.
A highlight from Jacoby Myers. Hey, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Hope you're ready for some football. You had some football last night. You get more tonight, then Saturday and Sunday and Monday. And we're with you to talk Bills-Jags. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. Only one note/complaint about the Open, Joe Cali. You put the hook and ladder in. The Bills are 0-2 when they complete a hook and ladder.
I know.
That's bad vibes.
Sorry.
They got 2 hook and ladders to be successful, and they have lost both games.
That can come back on me. I'll accept it. if it goes south.
They're due for hook and ladder to go their well, not to just go their way on the play, but then to win it after.
Do they need to not get a hook and ladder in order to win, or do you win when you don't run it?
I mean, they did win a game last year where there was a kind of a hook and ladder.
What game was that?
The Amari Cooper to Josh Allen lateral. I mean,
right.
he did kind of run
a
hook, and then he did lateral it.
Yep.
So it should count.
That's right.
That's one win. That's
so
one win on the board.
Yeah, their record in games including a lateral.
Yeah. Lateral by them.
Yes, right.
Because we know there might be at least one on the other side.
All right, someone do the numbers on that. Good morning. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe Kelly here, Alt Joe, and Owen Parker as well. We're going to put together a parlay tonight on these games, right?
on tomorrow's games, at least?
On the weekend's games.
Yeah.
We're just going to each pick a leg and get a super terrific parlay for the NFL action.
We will all fist fight for the rights to Brandon Cooks over 19 in receiving yards in this,
19.
in this game. Which I think is a crazy low number for him.
How about just the words of Nick right there? It kind of boils it down pretty simply. If they lose, it will be a huge failure. What will? What will have been the huge failure? Losing to Jacksonville is the failure. Letting it get to this point is the failure. I mean, setback, failure, whatever. You got Bills Mafia talking amongst themselves in the group chats. Maybe people feel like the Jags are overconfident. I don't know. They're underdogs. This is the time of year where it is everybody's got their own reason why they're being disrespected. It's constant what this is now.
Right.
Who's being the most disrespected of any team? How could the Panthers be 10-point dogs against a team that they beat earlier in the year? That's where we're at. So, I don't know. I feel good about it.
I think that the failure for me would be more about letting it get to this place.
Yep.
Where whatever they lose because of that, and I would imagine that would be something that would come down to a weakness on the roster. How did you let it get to a place where your quarterback is Josh Allen and you're not in a position to have that be an advantage for you? That especially, like if Allen doesn't have a Josh Allen game, then I'm going to want, unless he's missing wide open throws like he did against Philadelphia, I'm going to want to blame the organization overall for building a team that I think we know, like, you'd always rather have this guy than the guy on the other side this Sunday. And when you let quarterbacks like that beat you, I think it says something about the job you've done surrounding Josh Allen with the best talent possible.
Yeah,
and I don't feel like they have the best talent possible. So that to me would be the failure, more so than I think what he's probably getting at, which is more just the opportunity in front of them with certain teams not in the playoff field. Because I do think that there are teams in the field right now that are very, very dangerous that I wouldn't assume in any year the Bills would just beat. But in this year, I think. I'm much less confident.
I was thinking this morning as I woke up, when will I pick against them? Because I'm not picking against them this week.
And you haven't in a long time.
Right. I haven't in a long time. Last time I picked them to lose. Boy, it might have been the Chiefs.
You didn't pick them in the Chiefs playoff game last year?
I probably did.
What about the Chiefs playoff game before that?
I know that I did. I know that I did that
You
one.
picked them to win, or you picked against them?
No, to win.
Okay.
Last time I picked them to lose a game might have been the Chiefs' regular season game this year. They came in 3 straight wins. They started to look like their offense was really clicking.
Right.
But going forward, I'm picking them to win this game. If they win, then it might be their best win of the season. If they do.
Yeah.
It might be their best win of the season. And certainly will be their most important win. Then let's say they go to play Denver. Am I going to pick them to lose to Denver?
I would not pick them to lose to Denver.
I don't think I will either.
I would not.
If it's not Denver, it's probably Houston.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll pick them to lose to Houston. They'll have, in theory, a better plan. They'll have a not concussed left tackle and a not injured right tackle. And maybe, more protection schemes. And the defense...
Is that one of those games they didn't have Kincaid also?
Maybe that sounds
I don't think they
right.
had Kincaid in that game.
Right.
And we'll see if they won and would he make it through the Jags game? Like, we'll see. But he didn't play in the Houston game.
I started to think this, like, when will I pick against them? That doesn't, because I want to say this in 2 ways. I don't know if I will pick against them at any point.
I know the answer.
But that doesn't mean I am picking them to win the Super Bowl. Like I can't quite pick 4 at the time.
Right.
But I'm almost 1 game at a timing this. Like, all right, I'll let you know when I pick against them. Your answer is going to be if I see them play the Rams.
Yes.
Now, here's the mind game. If they actually get there and play the Rams, I'm telling you today and every day until we get to they're in the Super Bowl, yeah, I'll probably pick them to lose to the Rams. But once they get to the Super Bowl and they're playing the Rams, I'm going to pick the Bills to win. Because to get there, we will have seen, all right, Josh is doing the Josh thing.
Super Bowl week, too.
Super
the
Bowl
excitement.
week.
Yeah.
Sure. Like what I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month. He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good. And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually this yesterday a little bit on, some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs, and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Bolden was right there with him. And Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. That dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. They're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end. Gronk, the couple of times that he got hot with Brady in playoff runs, to me, somebody's got to show up with him if he's going to have legacy month.
Right. I'm jumping on that point. I'm starting to look at rushing yards in the Super Bowl. If the Bills were to win it, how many yards does Cook have in the game that wins it? Because the Bills are built to win, and when Cook runs really well, they play really well. Barkley, in last year's Super Bowl, had 25 carries for 57 yards.
Yeah.
And they blew out the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because they could throw it. They had a pick 6. And I'm thinking back to Super Bowl history and how many guys have gone over 100 yards in the Super Bowl recently?
Rushing?
Rushing.
Well, it didn't happen last year because when Barkley did nothing.
57.
Yeah, okay, 57.
The answer of the last running back, I think I've got it, that went over 100 yards in the Super Bowl was in 2020, Damian Williams against the 49ers.
Come on.
Yeah. Before that,
okay. Damian Williams.
Before that, 2015, Marshawn Lynch.
All right. Yep.
Frank Gore, 110. Thomas Jones, 112. Dominique Rhodes, 113. You are getting not the big names, the big guys. I guess the last time a franchise, when Seattle went to the Super Bowl with a big rushing attack, and it's Shaun Alexander. Shaun Alexander had 95.
Okay.
Michael Pittman, 124 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2003.
Yeah, we're going way back now.
Way back.
And they lost that game.
Right. It used to be that in the Emmitt Smith years, he's over 100 multiple times. Terrell Davis is over 100 multiple times.
Yeah.
Timmy Smith in 1988 was 204. Thurman had 135 in a game. But the last time we had a 100-yard rusher in the Super Bowl, it has been once in the last decade, and the guy's name is Damian Williams.
Damian Williams.
So
right.
I don't know that's – I don't like to – point to any one of these stats and say this means it won't happen. It's because it's not predictive. It's just the game has not often been the league's best rusher running on a defense.
Right.
It's very rare for it to be that. It's not often the league's number one passer in yards, but it usually is elite quarterbacks. And the Bills have both of these things, right? They have an elite runner and an elite quarterback. And part of me wants to say hey, if I got an elite runner, an elite quarterback, and I've got a coach that can coach up a defense, which he has been doing this year, then I've got a lot of pieces that I like. And let's see what that looks like. Let's see how that goes. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to talk myself through how can I be thinking they're going to win, and I won't pick against them, but I'm not really confident they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm not really confident in anything right now.
I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. I mean, that's
Houston,
my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's like 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. Like, all right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and DeMeco Ryans. Like, go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I picked them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But like you said, right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more like pick 'em right now.
Well, you're not wearing Jags gear today.
No,
so
I
nice.
overcorrected.
That's nice.
I broke my 2 logo rule.
You got Bills on Bills.
Bills on Bills, yeah.
I also follow the 2 logo rule, usually.
I felt like it was necessary after showing up in teal yesterday.
Right. 803-0550, Football Friday. Who wins and what's the story of the game? Let's have your predictions. Let's talk about it. Yesterday, I was listening to the afternoon show. A lot of the calls were about like Mike McDaniel, which I'm sure we can talk about that at some point. But here we are, the day before Super Wild Card Weekend begins. It's Bills-Jaguars, and this matchup. I don't know that everyone agrees this is the toughest of anything in the AFC. I think you have plenty of people that would respect Houston, and some that would, of course, respect Denver. And New England did beat them. And also was cruising to victory until they, completely fell apart. So, they could lose to anybody. They were competitive against the Browns. Like, why do I take the Steelers as not any threat at all and not real? They lost to the Browns 2 weeks ago, and the Bills had to really eke one out against the Browns. So, who knows? We all know this team can play a sloppy game. We all know this team can get beat by Michael Penix.
Right.
Like, they can have a bad day. The question is, can they avoid that? And on McDermott, like, to me, I just said Josh Allen Legacy Month. If they were to get to the Super Bowl or win it, like, that's, of course, Legacy Month for Josh Allen. But it would be the firmest stamp in McDermott, like, statue outside the stadium. I know, like, hey, your coach wins the Super Bowl. Of course, he's officially a legend. Just the way this season has gone, I feel like he has started to win people over a bit, and this would go a long way. Like, we'll see what this defense is able to do. Can they fluster and confuse Trevor Lawrence, who's coming in as the hottest quarterback in football? If they can, then, like, all right.
Yeah.
That's feather on the cap that we talk about for years and years and years.
Yeah. I heard some good breakdowns that McDermott, what he likes to do in the playoffs, actually might be good against Trevor Lawrence. He'll just pack the middle, make you check it down, and like not allow the big throws,
and that's all they want to do.
And that Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback that like once in a while he feels that like I got to take the big shot at some point, kind of like how Allen has been at points in his career. Lawrence is like that, except he doesn't have quite the same physical tools to pull it off as often, and that could be good. That could be good for this matchup. And if that happens, where McDermott gets a couple mistakes or they, their run game holds up. Like, and I think there's a good chance that their run game holds up. That's kind of why I'm growing in confidence, too, is it's the 2 run games on either side. That the Bills' defense has been a little bit better against the run as of late, a little bit better, still not great. They're playing a team that has not been running the ball well at all.
Yeah. That's where I flip the other side, because a run game never knocks them out of the playoffs.
Right, that too. And on the other side, their stats about the Jags like never facing the type of run game that the Bills have, where they'll go heavy and 2 tight ends on the field or 3 tight ends on the field, Gilliam on the field, and how they're really largely untested in that way. And that also I watched some of the two Colts games. It was like, I'm not a film watcher. You could just see, like, oh, they just got everybody at the line of scrimmage because they know Riley Leonard's in the game, Daniel Jones left, and then Leonard started the second game. They're just going to run it. Or Rivers started the second game. Like, they're just going to run it. Let's put 8 people in the box, and we'll stop Jonathan Taylor. And when Allen's your quarterback,
can't do that.
Even with the current state of the passing game not being the same as it's been in the past, I don't think you do that against the Bills defense.
That's what I thought about, like, the Bills against the Eagles was we're going to stack and do everything to stop Barkley, and the other guy is Jalen Hurts, who I more and more think is, like, bad. Like, why do they have success against Philadelphia 2 weeks ago? It's because they stopped the run, and Jalen Hurts is bad. Like, they can easily fluster him. He didn't complete a pass in the second half. I thought he should have had one completion to Devontae Smith, but whatever.
And is there something to be said for, like, this might sound like it's a point against the Bills too, but that defense right now feels more like a 111th defense in Jacksonville. That I'm not.
Then the Bills?
Oh man, how do I stop T.J. Watt in this game in his prime? How do I stop Chris Jones? Not even compared to the Bills, but compared to like what Allen could do against them, what the run game could do against them, what just anyone in the playoffs could do against a defense that it's not really loaded with all-pro talent all over the place. It's more the sum of the parts.
That's right. I would say Josh Hines Allen has the potential to
wreck a game,
to do some stuff.
He's good, but right, I don't even do that with him, and I think he's their best player on that side of the ball.
Right.
Devin Lloyd is good. Like, I think they aren't they kind of like the Bills defense in that they've got, like, those two would be top of list. Maybe Benford would be on this list for you for the Bills, or maybe
Cole Bishop
would be on that list.
Cole
for the
Bishop
Bills.
is my guy for this game.
Yeah,
Cole Bishop's my guy.
Are the best two players on defense for the Jags that much better than the best two players on defense for the Bills?
No, I don't think so. I think the Jags' identity is the offense. And, like narratives and stuff, Brandon Beane has said in the past, how you lose shows you what you were missing. And if they lose to the Jags, plenty of people kind of guess what that will be. Because we kind of already know what it is. How could they lose? If they're unable to run the ball, that doesn't mean like, oh, we needed to run it. We know that's what you're built to do.
Right.
If they can't stop the Jaguars, does that mean like, oh, well, we need a full offseason of defense? Like, well, you might need more changes over there, but we know really, really firmly what they're good at, who they are. We just kind of don't know how much it's going to bite them each and every week. Mm-hmm. They're very consistently inconsistent, but we know what the problems will be. When they lose, it looks the same.
We usually know what they want to do going into a game.
Yeah, and when they lose, it kind of looks the same. Like, their defense doesn't have any answers because the pass rush is a little bit weak, and somebody carved them up like Burrow.
Yeah.
I think about the Bengals game for this one. I think about a couple different games where you're playing a half a team, and if you're playing against Burrow, you need the pick six because otherwise it doesn't look like you're getting stops. Right. Do they need that against Trevor Lawrence? Maybe. That's where Cole.
Yeah, I think they might.
That's where Cole Bishop's my guy. They might need to turn him over. And Bishop's had a couple of huge plays in huge games this year. He picked off Mahomes. He picked off Baker. Mm-hmm. He's been big for them. So I'm looking for Cole Bishop to have a game and to be activated and just weaponized for these Bills. His arc this year has been great, coming from we're looking for somebody to play next to Taylor Rapp. Mm-hmm. That's what McDermott said this preseason. And then here's Bishop, like, now we're looking for somebody to play next to Bishop, and it's Jordan Poyer steps in.
Right.
So anyway, there's the stream of consciousness on this game on a Friday.
It really just might come down to which quarterback loses it a little bit. That each quarterback's got an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other shoulder, and which quarterback's going to listen to the devil. Because they're both very much like that.
Yeah.
But I think Allen historically has done probably a better job than Lawrence at staying in rhythm. He talked this week also. I mean, the fact that he's talking like this might lead you to think that he won't. But the fact that he's talking about, introspecting and like looking back on plays that have been left on the field, will he not go nuts and run 15 yards backwards and take sacks? Or what does he do on... Sometimes it works. What was he doing 4th and 1 like he did last year against Denver? Last year he chucked it to the back of the end zone to Ty Johnson.
Yeah.
35 yards down the field. Will he do that again this year, or is he looking for a 4-yard pass? Like, what does he do What does he do at the end of games? That needs to be a question, too. In a playoff game 2 years against the Chiefs, he had Diggs over the middle for a first down to keep the clock running, and he went for it all. He went for Shakir in the end zone. Does he do that again? Like, no, guessing at what his mental space will be, I think, is as big a factor as anything in this game.
It's fresh in his head to take checkdowns. I mean, he said the self-scout with Joe Brady was like, look at all the stuff left on the field, and then he talked about his feet and this and that. Anyway.
And I can't even decide, like, what's better. Because, again, like, that Denver play last year, that changed the game.
Yep.
That was 10-7 at the end of the third quarter. That game didn't get ugly until the fourth. We were into the third quarter, and it was a 3-point football game, and the Bills were going for it on fourth down. If they get stopped, Broncos get the ball in the third quarter, down 3. And Allen, like, he pretty much nailed in the coffin, the game right there. So sometimes I almost feel like you don't want to tell him not to do it, but then, of course, that could get you in trouble. It's tough.
803-0550. Who will be the Bills' Matthias Samuelson? There's your Sabres crossover.
That guy. Norris Trophy.
Scored a goal last night. Sabres win in New York, beating the Rangers. It got tight for a minute, and they put it away. So the Sabres have another win and are in a playoff spot, too. So we'll get you some highlights of the Sabres game, talk about that a little bit. I haven't reached out to Paul yet. We'll wake him up. Sabres win and have a 5-game homestand, which is juicy, with the Ducks starting first. Some Western Conference team, the Ducks come in, the Wild come in. They're in a playoff spot. So, hey, good vibes on the Sabres. What do we got on the Bills this weekend? Let's hear from you. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Let's go, Bills Mafia. We got open phone lines. It's a Friday. It might be the last chance to get a prediction in, or, maybe they just win and we keep going. Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. When we get back, I'm going to give you what I believe is the most likely scenario on anybody claiming that the Bills are monitoring John Harbaugh.
I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. I mean, that's my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game, low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's like 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. Like, all right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and D'Amico Ryans. Like, go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I pick them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But like you said, right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl, after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more like pick them.
What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month. Mm-hmm. He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good. Mm-hmm. And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually at this yesterday a little bit. on like some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Boldin.
Okay.
Boldin led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Like Boldin was right there with him. And like Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Boldin. Like that dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But like you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. Like they're not going to I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. Like I think more likely it would be they found something in Brandon Cooks and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed, he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end.
The Bills head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the Wild Card Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety DeBar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited participants. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not practice. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants on Wednesday to full participants yesterday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get back in the win column after surviving against the Rangers last night.
McLeod, though, he can score shorthanded goals. He's got the puck. He feeds it through. Samuelson, tough angle shot. Scores! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable!
It's now back-to-back wins for the Sabres. Matthias Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Doan, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots. Up next, they're in action Saturday, hosting the Ducks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Around the NFL, the Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have a, quote, in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. Ravens and Titans have requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. And Miami head coach Mike McDaniel, who was fired yesterday, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have, quote, reached out to McDaniel after their offensive coordinator vacancy. And in college football, Miami defeated Ole Miss last night 31-27. And tonight in the Peach Bowl, Oregon takes on Indiana with kickoff set for 7:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
This is a great example of where weakness becomes an issue because the Bills have two significant concerns. Number one, they struggle to stop the run. We'll get to Trevor Lawrence in a second because he's playing great football, and I think there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, the Jags can run the football, and they run it well. The Bills have struggled in that area for a good part of the season. Two, the reality is the Bills do not have any way to win one-on-one matchups in their pass game. So everything must be highly schemed, or else it's, let's hope Josh makes plays.
Greg Cosell. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Football Friday. Talking Bills and Jags. At some point, I want to talk about the ways you could repurpose a trough from the stadium. You could buy one of the troughs. That's one of the stories that's come out of the Highmark Stadium eventual demolition, right? Like you want to buy a trough, go get a trough.
Why do I think that you would be more likely to be okay with repurposing that for something than I would?
Fair.
Maybe there was a conversation once upon a time about another type of thing that was used.
That's a good burn. That is a very, very good burn.
Yeah.
Popcorn bowl, puke
Mr.
bowl.
Puke Bowl over here, I think would have no problem doing something with that trough.
Right. I mean, stainless steel. If I power wash that thing,
no amount of stain.
No?
There's no amount of power washing that would ever.
You come to a party
get
at my
me
house
to be interested.
You come to the party at my house, like, hey, what's up? Hey, where are the drinks? Oh, it's over there on the trough.
No, never. I mean, I would never come back to your house in my life.
Is
if
it
that
sealed
happened.
drinks, or is it like Punch just floating there with the ladles in the trough?
No.
Like, where's the line drawn?
Some lemons in there.
Terrible. Hey, you did this. You brought this on.
Oh, man.
What would you use it for? You could put salt in it if you wanted to, like, salt your driveway. Like you put it up on your wall and fill it with rock salt. If you got a
gotta
big long
convert it
driveway.
into one of those wheelbarrows with a hole in the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm into that a little bit.
It's like the width. It could be the width of your driveway, pretty much, right?
right.
Yeah, I don't want it in my home at all, though. That's like staying in the garage.
You have to buy the
That's
whole.
fine.
We're not talking like pieces. They're going full troughs here, right? Like
I don't know. Are they taking a hacksaw to the trough?
No, they're selling. I think they're going to find a way to split that thing.
Divvy it up. Yeah.
It's
Listen,
very long. It's like it goes the whole room. Like I don't know how that would be tough to transport if you did it that
there
way.
are no bad ideas here.
Clearly.
Maybe someone was just hanging on the wall.
What about if we just bought one for in here?
Put it in the studio.
Like as part of the decor.
I don't want that in here. Like over here on the wall.
You just have less faith in cleaning agents than I do.
I mean,
That's what this comes
I don't think
down
there's
to.
anything. There's no such thing as 100%. There might be 99.9, and I don't even want that 0.1 in my life.
All right.
That's how I treat that.
Soft.
There's no amount of bleach.
Soft.
No amount of bleach.
There's chemicals. You know? I don't
It
know.
is steel.
We could chemical
Yes.
but I'll still know.
You'll know.
It's more.
I'll know.
It's cleaning the vibes.
How many
is what you need
gallons
to
have
do.
flowed through that trough?
Yeah.
All right, Gilbert in Rochester. Hey, Gilbert, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you? All the chemicals have flowed through that trough. All the chemicals. 38. Nah. 35-28. 35-28.
35-28 who?
Duval.
Yeah, all right.
Let me tell you something. 1996, 7th grade. I'm a little black boy sitting in the middle of nowhere at a wrestling tournament, listening to my Jaguars beat the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs for the first time. This rivalry goes way further back than a lot of young Bills fans know. The fleecing we did to you guys on that quarterback, I'll never forget.
Oh, Rob Johnson, yeah.
You know it. They saw one win in a playoff and thought that guy was good. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Well, the owner did. I think half the fan base did not think he was good. If I remember what
I
that
will
was
say
like.
that. I will say that.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, once again, Josh can always put on the cape. I've said he is him. He is one of those guys. And just like when I saw Patrick Mahomes for the first time, I've been saying it here. Get that man help.
So, Gilbert, if you're a Jags fan for a while, do you buy, like, Trevor Lawrence is about to go to the upper tier, or is he just kind of hot right now?
No, I do. I'll tell you this. I made a bet with a friend who's a Bills fan. and he listens in the morning. We bet $1,000.
All right.
Whose coach will get fired first? And I made that bet when Liam was hired. Because once I did my research on who he was and how he coached, I had that much confidence. And he's done nothing but made me feel right ever since.
Right. The only thing, thanks Gilbert for the phone call. The only problem is like I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling who would you even call? Call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
I mean, you might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call
someone.
the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
It'd be for someone that has a win.
that's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
been a long time.
Yeah, but that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
It's so funny about that, like, reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that whatever. I think it's almost no chance. He would have to get got by Liam Cohen in a big way. Maybe I still want to say like it's not even possible. When's the last time
he put up 50?
When's the last time that a team did whatever it wanted to against this Bills defense? You've got halves.
Right. I at least get a half.
You've got a good number of halves.
Yeah.
And then the Bills kind of usually counter that with then they don't do anything. So why don't you make the whole game out of the adjustments?
It's funny, in the only, I would say Baltimore was doing kind of whatever they wanted in the first game, but they didn't close it and they fumbled. Am I counting that? Even in the games where things, I can't stop them, I'm going to find a way to get turnovers.
Baltimore had their way with them, no matter, for sure. Yeah. Henry ran all over them, but that's a defense that's
big plays by Jackson.
I've got Taylor Rapp in there. And Taylor Rapp and Terrell Bernard, and over the year they figured out, okay, the spine of this defense needs a makeover.
Right.
And they got it.
Right. And again, even in a game like that, they still got a couple of plays. They got a couple of stops or turnovers on defense at the end of the game that won it for them. It wasn't just Henry was running by himself and he just lost the ball. And Ed Oliver blew up a guard and then punched it out.
And look how different the Bills are from that day to this day. It's a great testament to how you are not the team you are on opening day. And for the Bills, that is offensively and defensively, because defensively they're a lot better than they were when they played Baltimore. And offensively, Keon Coleman had 100 yards in that game.
In a quarter.
And now he doesn't see the field.
Right.
Thanks, Gilbert, for the phone call. We have a suggestion for how to repurpose the trough. You put red and blue glass beads in it and a gas insert and turn it into a fire pit. What do you think? Stainless steel fire pit.
Not bad. But you're putting it's designed to hang on a wall or something. So can you have a fire pit? You can't really have a fire pit on a building like that or on a wall.
That's a good point.
You could figure out something to do with it. I had someone text me that you could turn it into a flower bed. Put it on the side of the house.
All right.
Bill's trough flower bed.
You drive by look at the size of that flower bed. It's 8 feet wide.
Wait a minute. I know that flower bed.
Yeah. 803-0550 on trough ideas. And, of course, Bills-Jags. Give us your thought, your prediction. What's the storyline of this game? confident, nervous, whatever you want. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Everyone's getting their picks out there. I'm seeing plenty of people bullish on the Jags, plenty of people bullish on the Bills. It reads to me like a game that is a coin toss, and the spread kind of looks like that. You can give us a ring on Football Friday. More of your phone calls. We're wide open for you here on WGR. What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month. Mm-hmm. He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good. Mm-hmm. And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually this yesterday a little bit on, some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Bolden was right there with him. And Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. That dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. They're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end. I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. That's
Houston,
my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game, low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. All right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and D'Amico Ryans. Go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I picked them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But like you said, right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more pick them.
by Norris. And the Sabres back the other way. Byram, nice moves. He gains the Rangers line. Drops it high slot. There's a shot. Scores! Alex Tuck set up by Bo Byram. And Buffalo's up 2-0 on Broadway.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the moments of the game, the Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers for the moments of your life. Go forth to Firth. Jeremy and Joe, happy Football Friday. Owen the Parlay Killer is here. Alt Joe is here as well. Owen also, we might start referring to Owen as corn-fed Nebraskan Owen. He told us a story. We were out at the golf simulator last night. He told us a story about a gentleman referring to him as, I don't care how much corn they fed you in Nebraska. So I think that might stick.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a fun night.
Sometimes you just got to give it to him when there was a good chirp.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I laughed in the moment. I was like, that was pretty funny, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well done.
In the YouTube chat, we've got Pablo suggesting if you want to buy a Bills trough, you turn it into a coffin.
Oh, amazing.
If you want to get buried in the
Bills trough.
Trough, sure, if you want that. Single stadium seats, pairs of seats, double bleacher seats, seat backs, pieces of turf, all these things will be sold from the stadium with a letter of authenticity. I want to see the letter of authenticity on the trough. That's what I want.
What about the letters and the names on the wall of fame? Are those coming? Those are staying?
That's a good question.
When they come down?
What do you want, like a B?
Yeah. Give me the
whole name.
Give me the M from Marv.
Imagine they just get to, like, Tasker gets to work today, and there's a box on his desk, like, here's your name from the stadium.
Yeah, right.
Do you want this?
Right.
803-0550. Bills and Jags Football Friday. Alex in Williamsville is up next. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to say go Bills, and, it's a 50-50 coin flip this week. I think it's going to go 34-31 Bills. My only concern is at kicker. Do we want Matt Prater to sit out this week? We go with Michael Wright, or do we take the risk him getting injured and go with Ray Davis?
Thanks, Alex. Joe was looking up Matthew Wright's stats in the break.
I do not understand why he has bounced around. He has kicked, this is just not even like what practice squads he's been on. Since 2020, and Matthew Wright's been in the NFL. 3 games with Pittsburgh, 14 with Jacksonville, 2 with Kansas City,
Revenge
four
game.
with Pittsburgh again, 1 with Carolina, 1 with San Francisco, 2 with Kansas City, 2 with Tennessee. Next year, 1 more with Tennessee, 1 with Washington, 2 with Houston. He's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You want to know where he ranks in the NFL in field goal percentage since he entered the NFL? 10th. Top 10.
Is he a jerk or something? Like, how's he not on a team?
88%. His extra point percentage is 96%. He hasn't missed an extra point, actually, in 4 years. I don't know why he's not a kicker in the National Football League. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe it's because of distance, although he's hit a 59-yarder in his career. But I did look up that 50-plus, he's a little bit lower. But, like, by field goal percentage, he's way higher than Prater or Bass. But I don't know. Like, so all I mean to say is the guy that you have here seems like he's actually been a solid kicker in his NFL career. Why would I dress a 41-year-old that at any moment could get injured, and wouldn't it be the most surprising thing? And then I'm in trouble. And I don't want dressing 2 kickers just seems like a waste. Just dress Matthew Wright.
The kickoff element of it is a big deal.
That's true.
The kickoff element is a big deal. You're talking, are you just going to go ahead and kick it in the end zone and give them a free 15 extra yards, basically? Right.
But again, if this guy's
versus the landing zone.
If this guy's maybe the one thing he's not great at is distance, then he might not be able to boot it through the end zone anyway.
Yeah. 803-0550. Sal at 7:30, which means we have a wide open segment for you to talk about the things you're confident in, what you're worried about for this Bills-Jags game. We'll keep talking about all the matchups, all the angles, what everybody's saying about it, and the matchups from Wild Card Weekend, Super Wild Card Weekend. Also being on the road this week. I do know what we're having people over it, but it kind of does feel like usually we're all hanging out together this week, and instead we're just, it's on the road. Tony Romo and Jim Nantz on the call for the millionth playoff game in a row.
It's the 9th game in a row.
9th.
That's very strange, isn't it?
I saw a story that Nantz believes that the country will be rooting for Josh Allen. And I agree with that. Right? When you get a guy that you know is good getting close, impartial people tend to, I do. I root for that team. Like Indiana. If Indiana makes it to the championship game, I'm going to root for Indiana. Same with Oregon, because these teams haven't won, and for Oregon, they've been knocking on the door forever. The U, I've got nothing against this version of them, but it'll feel good to root against the U once again in the national championship. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It's Buffalo Bills Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Open phone lines for you to chat about it here on WGR.
I heard some good breakdowns that McDermott, what he likes to do in the playoffs, actually might be good against Trevor Lawrence. He'll just pack the middle, make you check it down, and like not allow the big throws.
And that's all they want to do.
And that Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback that like once in a while he feels that like I got to take the big shot at some point, kind of like how Allen has been at points in his career. Lawrence is like that, except he doesn't have quite the same physical tools to pull it off as often, and that could be good. That could be good for this matchup. And if that happens, where McDermott gets a couple mistakes, or they, their run game holds up, and I think there's a good chance that their run game holds up. That's kind of why I'm growing in confidence too. Is it's the two run games on either side that the Bills' defense has been a little bit better against the run as of late, a little bit better, still not great. They're playing a team that has not been running the ball well at all.
Yeah. That's where I flip the other side, because a run game never knocks them out of the playoffs.
Right, that too. And on the other side, their stats about the Jags like never facing the type of run game that the Bills have, where they'll go heavy and two tight ends on the field or three tight ends on the field, Gilliam on the field, and how they're really largely untested in that way. And that also, I watched some of the two Colts games. It was like, I'm not a film watcher. You could just see, like, oh, they just got everybody at the line of scrimmage because they know Riley Leonard's in the game,
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones left, and then Leonard started the second game. They're just going to run it. Or Rivers started the second game. Like, they're just going to run it. Let's put 8 people in the box, and we'll stop Jonathan Taylor. And when Allen's your quarterback,
can't do that.
Even with the current state of the passing game not being the same as it's been in the past, I don't think you do that against the Bills' defense.
I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like, anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like, you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling who would you even call? You call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
You might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call
someone.
the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
it'd be for someone that has a win.
That's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
Been a long time.
Yeah, that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
It's so funny about that, like, reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that whatever. I think it's almost no chance.
The Bills head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the wild card Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety Damar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited participants. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not practice. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants on Wednesday to full participants yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get their back-to-back wins after surviving against the Rangers last night.
McLeod, though, he can score shorthanded goals. He's got the puck. He feeds it through. Samuelson, tough angle shot. Scores! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable!
Matthias Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Stone, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots against. Up next, they're in action Saturday hosting the Ducks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Around the NFL, the Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. The Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have a, quote, in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. The Ravens and Titans requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. And Miami head coach Mike McDaniel was fired yesterday, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have reached out to McDaniel about their offensive coordinator vacancy. And in college football, Miami defeated Ole Miss last night, 31-27. And tonight in the Peach Bowl, Oregon takes on Indiana with kickoff set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Trevor Lawrence went from liking pro football, he loves it, and it's really fun to see. And man, if Buffalo can get by this, Kate, this might be the hardest test they could have in the playoffs. I really believe that. Jacksonville, big, powerful, tough, hard coached against a team that really relies a little more on speed, smaller, everything like that. So it's really an interesting game. But I'm just going to go there and say, if I had to pick a winner, I'm taking Jacksonville.
Phil Simms takes Jacksonville. I went to NFL.com, and listen, we all know how this works, right? By the way, happy Football Friday. Playoff Football Friday. Hopefully we're back on a Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe, Owen, and Alt Joe are here as well. So go to NFL.com. NFL playoff picks, score predictions, and matchup analysis from every wild card round. There are 4 people that made picks at NFL.com. They picked all the games, 5 people. And, Rams, Panthers, everybody picks the Rams. Bears, Packers, it's 4 Bears to 1 Packers.
Okay.
And the next game up is Bills. And as I'm scrolling down, I'm thinking in my head, you know how this works, right? Like, you simultaneously want people to pick against you, because when that happens, you get to be like, that's right, doubt us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, pick against us. But then at the same time, when everybody picks against you, you're thinking like, you're disrespected and this is terrible. How dare you not respect us? So you like it and you don't like it. So I scroll down. There are 5 people that put this article together at NFL.com. And how many Jaguars logos are across of the 5?
3.
5.
5 for 5?
I kind of gasped. Right as we're coming back, I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Cool. Let me see what they got. 5 Jags picks. The Jags are underdogs.
Yeah, right, they are.
I mean, maybe it's a pick 'em now, and it's very close.
No, it's back to oh, no, I guess it is still pick 'em, yeah.
The group also 5 for 5 picks the Eagles.
Yeah.
5 for 5 picks the Texans. So Eagles, Texans, Rams, Jags. Unanimous at NFL.com. I mean, I want to, don't you, anytime you see that, we are conditioned to think of old takes exposed and screenshot that. The Bills' social media manager, it's NFL.com if you want to grab that.
And you better bet if they win in that the crazy TikTok videos they do after the game, like that screenshot will make an appearance. Yeah.
TJ Hushmanzada saying the Jags are about to give the Bills hell.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Who is really out there right now saying the Bills, the Bills got this?
That's not like in
maybe,
Buffalo
maybe
or a
even
Bills
easily.
fan?
Yeah, right. Because I'm not hearing.
I don't see it much.
I mean, that the Hushmanzada one stands out a little bit too. I'm not hearing much of, the Jaguars are just going to walk in and dominate the Bills. I'm not hearing much of that either. I'm hearing a lot of, this is going to come down. Honestly, a lot of the picks I've heard are these two teams. I don't want to make a pick, so I'm just going to go with the team that has the better kicker. Honestly, need a tiebreaker somewhere. That's kind of how I think. That's kind of where I'm at right now with this game. I think it's strength on strength. It's weakness against weakness. They just kind of fit together as opponents. And for that, I don't know which strength will win. Will the Bills' run game beat the Jags' run defense? What will win between the Bills' run defense, which is poor, and the Jags' run offense that is poor? There are certain battles. The Bills' pass defense this year has been very good, but the Jags are the hottest pass offense in the league. What wins there? All the strength on strength battles and weakness on weakness battles. It's tough to predict because you don't know which side is going to rule. It wouldn't be surprising on either side. If the Bills had trouble running on Sunday, wouldn't be surprising. I also don't know that I'd be surprised if the Bills ran all over them. So I think that makes this game tough, which is why it should be as close a spread or as close a pick, I think, as any game this weekend. So 5 for 5 is nuts then.
5 for 5. I mean, everybody picks close games. Nobody ever does. It's 4 points, 2 points, 1 point, 4 points, 3 points.
Right, yeah.
Nobody ever in the NFL really picks 37-10. You don't get in the prediction
game. You might for Panthers Rams.
Maybe. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The thing about the run defense, I'm going to just keep getting here, the Bills don't get beat in the playoffs on the ground. They never do. In fact, they get beat by teams that don't run it well. The Chiefs are very rarely a good run team, and that's the team that's taken them out in the playoffs. The Bengals, when they won the game here, they won it because Joe Burrow built a lead in the passing game. I mean, Mixon went for 100 on 25 carries in that game. Maybe 20. Nothing crazy. They don't get beat in the run game in the playoffs. So run defense is a fatal flaw. One thing, you hear this term sometimes, the Bills are a run funnel in that they want you to run the ball. They're a very good pass defense, and they want you to run. It's kind of funny because the philosophy of the defense for a long time with Sean McDermott has been run on us. Running has limited returns.
Right.
You'll make a mistake. You'll need longer drives. There'll be a holding penalty. Then we get you in a passing situation, and that's when you might be in some trouble. And even though they can't exactly get after the passer too well, they've mixed things up. They've blitzed effectively. So they want to run funnel. They want to try and convince Jacksonville to run the ball. Anytime I hear a Jags fan saying, we're going to run all over that team, I think that's what the Bills would actually prefer. They're going to ask you to run.
Yeah.
We'll see if they do. If the Bills bring their A game in pass defense, they'll win this game. That's what I think. No Max Hairston, okay. We'll see if Trey White's up to the task of Parker Washington, if he ends up on Parker Washington, or if he's going to be on Jacoby Myers, who plays a lot in the slot, and that could be Taron Johnson.
They move their guys around.
Those two matchups could be tough. They could be tough.
Yeah.
803-0550. Alex in Buffalo. Alex, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Sure.
Just wanted to discuss, I know you guys have been talking a lot about Josh Allen, and I think yesterday you guys were talking about how, obviously, he can scramble and take a 16-yard sack at any point. I think everyone in Buffalo, obviously, is kind of prepared for that. I think at the end of the day, you got to ride with Josh through the highs and the lows. But him reflecting and taking, a look at his entire season right before a playoff game, I don't know if that was kind of the best thing at that point. I think, once he gets in his head mentally, he starts to make maybe not the best decisions, maybe starts to second-guess himself. And at this point, I just kind of want Josh to be Josh and to play free. So at the end of the day, just kind of want to get you guys' thoughts if maybe reflecting on the entire season is the best thing for him right now, or just kind of let him play football.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. It's a good point. Self-scouting this week. Don't we always do this? Don't we always have these conversations about what his head is thinking,
Yeah.
where he's at,
Yeah.
if he feels completely free to do whatever, if he's doubting things, if he's too conservative. When he gets in these games, he runs and he takes off.
Mm-hmm.
So,
although he might have a foot injury now. But it's good to get a week off, I'm sure.
Sure, it's supposed to be better than it's been.
Yeah.
Will he not take one of those turning back sacks because it's a playoff game and he's more likely to lower his shoulder and try and drive through the guy?
Right, he'll run.
He'll say, it's not week 10. I'm not trying to make something good. I'm going to slam through this player. I'm going to run through his face because it's the playoffs.
Right. I don't do you feel like they can go all the way and win the Super Bowl without him having a game where he does crazy things like that?
No.
Successfully?
Like, can he game manage to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
No one really does.
But that's kind of how they go into games wanting to play at the outset, right? Maybe just trusting that he'll know when and where to pick his spots to be, the dangerous Josh.
Well, there's been a trend this year. Allen's best games come against the best quarterbacks, right?
Right.
His best games are
Mahomes, Jackson, Mayfield, Burrow. Was he good against Burrow? The Bengal game? Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. Drake May.
Does he think that Trevor Lawrence is good? Here's the new game plan. Instead of the self-scout, just show Allen highlights of Trevor Lawrence
just
carving
highlights.
up defenses.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, okay,
yeah,
I know what I have to do.
Right.
Should they go into this game thinking they've got to put a number on the board? Do you go into this game thinking ball control? I go back to
the Chief playoff game?
Yeah, 2 years ago, the Chief playoff game that I'll still tell you I hated since the day it happened. Everything about it all the way through, when every 2nd and 2 was a run and every 2nd and 1 was a run. And they were playing to keep Mahomes off the field. Now, they were doing that because they didn't have linebackers. Okay, I had a reason. This defense is missing some pieces, but I don't think this defense is missing enough to play to protect it.
Correct. Yep.
And they've played well enough down the stretch that, let's just go play a game.
Right.
I don't want to control the clock. I know I can, and if I get in front, these long drives will help, but I don't want to go into the game thinking I need to control the clock and I need to keep them off the field in the way they did in the playoff game 2 years ago.
They are more built to play that way than they were then, though, aren't they? With their grounded. I mean, that's just how much they run the ball now successfessly compared to where they used to be. I guess the play calling is really what matters most there, right? Like, what are you doing on 2nd and short? Because if they are going to run it, then I'm going to think, oh, yeah, they don't. Shouldn't they, though, like that game, they had no faith that they were going to stop the Chiefs through the air. Should they have faith that they'll show up and they'll have the answers and they have enough personnel to stop the Jaguars' pass attack? Because if you believe that going into the game, then you don't play that way on offense. But if you don't believe that, if you go into the game thinking, I think we're about to get lit up, that's when you start playing that way on offense. And I would imagine they think they can stop them. So I doubt going into the game they'll play that way. Maybe they adjust if it's evident, like, Tre'Davious White, they keep getting Brian Thomas on him, and that's an athletic mismatch. Or Myers is exposing Taron Johnson in the slot or something. Like, it could adjust going in once the game's rolling. But I would be surprised if the Bills didn't think going into the game that they could do a good job against the Jags pass offense.
This is also an offense that I think is capable of doing some things that the Chiefs have been capable of doing. And by that I mean, when the Chiefs always have the answers, why do they have the answers? Their quarterback is very good, and their play caller is very good, and there are players that they can get mismatches. So I'm thinking, does Liam Cohen think he can do, again, he's not Andy Reid, and Trevor Lawrence is not Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily need to be those guys to just get Xavier Worthy on Damar Hamlin in the red zone to get a free score.
Right.
Like, is Cohen thinking, I've got a certain number of opportunities I'm going to get where I'm going to try and get Parker Washington on Tre'Davious White in a good look, or Parker Washington on Taron Johnson, and think that's a good look for him. So what answers do the Bills have? Can they get to the passer? Can they speed up Lawrence's clock? These are all the questions that, I don't know, we'll find out on Sunday. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Owen. And I already talked to Callie earlier. Be my eyes. How sweet was that goal last night by Samuelson?
Okay, so here you go, Rob. The Samuelson goal, Owen, what did you say about it? It was a goal scorer's goal.
It was, yeah. I mean, that he shot that puck from what is known as the Rockstar Zone.
There you go, Rockstar Zone. That's
right
what you said.
above the goal line where there's no net to shoot at.
That's where I think what I said was you're not allowed to score from there unless you're a top 4 pick.
Right.
Like you have to be Mitch Marner or Eichel or McDavid, Matthews, under the bar from tight. There's a reason Dunleavy reacted the way that he did.
Right.
And Rob Ray harkened back to Ilya Lyubushkin's breakaway goal.
Right.
Like that guy just scored that goal.
It was incredible.
It was nice.
There's a window of like 6 inches
the
where
size
you
of
could
a
fit
puck.
that puck.
Yeah.
It's literally like the size of a puck.
That's sweet. I tell you, man, I miss seeing some of those sweet goals, but it sounded just the reaction got me all fired up.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Anyways,
and it was huge. I mean, it's shorthanded. They're killing a 4-minute penalty kill with a 1-goal lead on the road, and they were getting collapsed in the third period last night.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to touch on the game. It's a lot of curiosity for me. You guys were talking about pressure yesterday. I've been listening all week. I think the person that has the most pressure is Joe Brady, trying to come up with some play schemes that Jacksonville hasn't seen yet. What is he going to throw at the defense that they have not seen? Because you know that they've been studying films. So there's 3 wide receivers that I think are going to play a huge role in this game for us, and that is Brandon Cooks, because he proved himself in the Philadelphia game when he came up with some really nice catches in that game. So we know that he's capable, and the weather's going to be nice. The other person is Gabe Davis, and I also like Shakir. Now we've got the tight ends that we can utilize as well. I feel that if we can balance out the run game and the passing game, especially, I just have a funny feeling that Brandon Cooks is going to come up. There's going to be an explosive play or two in this game as far as if Joe Brady comes up with some play schemes. Stay away from the bubble screen. Also, our defense, I agree with you, Jeremy, as far as Bishop. I mean, he's come up big. I'm not worried about our defense at all. And Josh Allen just needs to cowboy up. Cowboy up, Josh. That's all you got to do is in this game. And I'm going to predict Buffalo 38, Jacksonville 35.
All right, 38. Is 38 the high number? They scored 41 against Baltimore. Say, like, it's been a while since they put up a 30. I mean, sure, the Jets, that doesn't count either. Sorry. So it's been a while since they put up that kind of number. And against a good defense. I guess Tampa, they put up a big number.
Yeah, Tampa's not a good defense.
No, they fell apart down the stretch. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll need Cooks.
I think I wonder, though, depends on what Jacksonville does. Does Jacksonville come out and do what Joe Marino mentioned they do on Wednesday, which is they just load up zone? It's all zone coverage. Because if it's all zone coverage, like, it's probably not a Cooks game. But if Jacksonville goes in thinking the way to defend the Bills is to man them up, and if they try to do that, then that's how you get your Cooks game, right? Like
you hope.
Well, because he's the only one other than Kincaid and maybe who else? Who's the next name on the list?
I mean, that's it.
That's it. Like, those are my guys. If they decide, man coverage, that's how we beat the Bills. Like, suddenly it becomes a Cooks game. So I think it might be dependent on what Jacksonville attacks or, like, thinks is the best strategy to attack.
I think the game is going to be much lower scoring, myself.
Than 38 to 35?
Oh, yeah. I think you're looking at 25-20, 24-20.
Where does the game rank in terms of over-under this weekend? It is number 1, 51.5.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
highest over-under of the week.
You've got good conditions. I saw a graphic. There's a cold front coming into Jacksonville for this game. There's a funny, like a Bills logo has a cold front. Like, oh, this is perfect. There's a cold front coming in. You know what the temperature's going to be?
Like 60
degrees.
It's not
going to be 80. It's going to be 60. Like, oh, that's freezing.
It's about what it is here today.
Yeah, it's going to be 30 by nightfall tonight. Like
tonight?
Yeah, it's going to get back into the 30s. Patrick in Kenmore. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year, and go Bills for sure. But my main focus on this is the head coach. And, I'm a little off the head coach, and a lot of people are on the head coach. And there was a question posed on the afternoon show a couple days. Could you imagine anyone other than McDermott coaching the football team in the new shiny stadium? Absolutely. Absolutely. I love the Bills, and I'm 53 to put it in perspective. But after a 17-year playoff drought, McDermott went down to Jacksonville and lost that game. 10-3, I think it was, something like that. But can you imagine how ironic that we lose, and I don't want us to lose, and he gets fired. I mean, Harbaugh got fired, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I mean,
Harbaugh missed the playoffs.
Josh Allen's in his prime. We cannot afford to waste Josh Allen. So I'm tired of culture. I'm tired of defend our dirt. I'm tired of complimentary football. Nothing short of a Super Bowl appearance would save this guy's job, in my opinion. Thanks for taking my call,
Patrick,
guys.
can I just ask you one question? I mean, I think it's totally fine to say that if you want. Who would you prefer they hired? Who do you think they should hire? Do you have a name?
Mike McDaniel, Jim Harbaugh.
All right, John Harbaugh. Thanks, Patrick. McDaniel, he's going to get an offensive coordinator job somewhere pretty quickly. I think McDaniel's funny. I don't think that's a good idea from him as head coach, and we've taken a lot of calls on him as the offensive coordinator going forward. I don't think that's the case either. It just doesn't seem to me like a fit. I kind of like Mike McDaniel. I think he's a quirky guy. He gets made fun of a lot for his appearance and his mannerisms, but he's got a quarterback that everybody thinks stinks.
Yeah.
And he put out a good offense, and his GM made a mess of his roster and his draft picks, and every year that they got roasted and they were left for dead, they kept playing for him. And Marcel Louis-Jacques, who covers the Dolphins, he wrote today, he posted on Twitter, formerly covered the Bills, that he's so well liked in the community and that not just community, but in the building. He's really, I want to say, almost beloved by players and staff. So I think he's a good football mind. I think he's a good hire for a lot of teams. I just don't think this is the one.
Which I think he is. I mean, that's the experience that I would want, and I think this head coach would go for. And that over a first-time coordinator. By the way, did you see Davis Webb got an interview in Baltimore yesterday?
Head coach?
For head coach.
Yeah.
So, I doubt he'll get that job. But, yeah, I don't know. If they move on from Brady this offseason, I don't see why it wouldn't fit. Experienced coordinator that has a good track record, has worked for Kyle Shanahan.
Sure. I'm not
him
telling
and
you.
Sean McDermott have always talked about each other having mutual respect. Their relationship has never been. There's never been bad blood between those two. Unlike maybe other coaches that he never made a comment about McDaniel like he did Belichick.
Right,
So
right.
what am I really standing on that says that McDermott wouldn't hire him?
I'm not telling you I would be against it. I'll just say that I'd be very surprised.
Okay.
McDermott, mutual respect is other than the Belichick comment. Who doesn't he have mutual respect for? Who does he not think is any good? He's said that. Does Sean McDermott get out of bed and say, I have respect for people?
He said something about Vrabel this year when Vrabel made that comment about the refs. Right? Mike can say what he said it wasn't that much.
Sure.
But he didn't seem particularly pleased with Vrabel talking about the officiating after the game.
And to the point, about anything short of a Super Bowl and McDermott's got to go, it depends. If they lose 20-13,
yeah,
I'm sorry. That's not. I know the buck stops at the head coach, but if their offense is what does them in, which is very rare this season, it is what happens. If that happens in a playoff game, I just think the conversation is different. You got plenty of Bills fans that think McDermott makes every decision over there, and Brandon Beane just calls Sean and says, what do you want? He does everything he wants, and I think this year we have seen that is just definitely not true. It's been more pronounced or more obvious than ever before that, as happens in lots of NFL front offices, they are two different people with two different maybe visions. They collaborate. They might work together, but this is not a McDermott says jump and Beane says how high. That's just not how it works. Sal, when we get back, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It is Football Friday. And when we get back, we'll get to Sal. We'll get to improving the game plan as well. That's brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts, ready to improve your home's comfort game plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. Sal, the latest on the injuries, on Prater, on Ty Johnson, and everything on the injury report as we approach Bills-Jags Sunday, 1 o'clock here on WGR. I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling who would you even call? You call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
You might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call
someone.
the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
it'd be for someone that has a win.
That's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
Been a long time.
Yeah, but that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
It's so funny about that, like, reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that whatever. I think it's almost no chance.
I heard some good breakdowns that McDermott, what he likes to do in the playoffs, actually might be good against Trevor Lawrence. He'll just pack the middle, make you check it down, and like not allow the big throws.
And that's all they want to do.
And that Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback that like once in a while he feels that like I got to take the big shot at some point, kind of like how Allen has been at points in his career. Lawrence is like that, except he doesn't have quite the same physical tools to pull it off as often. And that could be good. That could be good for this matchup. And if that happens, where McDermott gets a couple mistakes or they, their run game holds up. Like, and I think there's a good chance that their run game holds up. That's kind of why I'm growing in confidence, too, is it's the two run games on either side. That the Bills' defense has been a little bit better against the run as of late, a little bit better. Still not great. They're playing a team that has not been running the ball well at all.
Yeah. That's why I flipped the other side, because a run game never knocks them out of the playoffs.
Right, that too. And on the other side, there's stats about the Jags like never facing the type of run game that the Bills have, where they'll go heavy and two tight ends on the field or three tight ends on the field, Gilliam on the field, and how they're really largely untested in that way. And that also, I watched some of the two Colts games. It was like I'm not a film watcher. You could just see like, oh, they just got everybody at the line of scrimmage because they know Riley Leonard's in the game. Mm-hmm. Daniel Jones left, and then Leonard started the second game. They're just going to run it. Or Rivers started the second game. Like, they're just going to run it. Let's put 8 people in the box, and we'll stop Jonathan Taylor. And when Allen's your quarterback,
can't do that.
Even with the current state of the passing game not being the same as it's been in the past, I don't think you do that against the Bills' defense.
The Bills head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the wild card Sunday with kickoff for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety DeMar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were limited participants in practice, and linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not participate in practice. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants on Wednesday to full participants yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get their back-to-back wins after surviving against the Rangers last night.
McLeod, though, he can score shorthanded goals. He's got the puck. He feeds it through. Samuelson, tough angle shot. Scores! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable!
Matthias Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Doan, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots against. Up next, they're in action Saturday, hosting the Ducks. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. And around the NFL, the Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. The Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have an in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. Ravens and Titans have requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies, and former Miami head coach Mike McDaniel fired yesterday. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have reached out to McDaniel about their offensive coordinator vacancy. In college football, Miami defeated Ole Miss last night 31-27, and tonight in the Peach Bowl, Oregon takes on Indiana with kickoff set for 7:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good to Sal Capaccio here. Football Friday on WGR is brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
You know, we're in full game preview mode when Sal's tweeting out the referees, and I'm like going back through those games to figure out if I'm mad at any calls Brad Allen made in the 3 straight wild card games, Sal.
He reffed for the Bills wild card game when they won the division in 2020, but had to play the wild card against in COVID here against the Colts. Mm-hmm. Then the following year, he reffed the wild card game against the Patriots in the perfect game. And then the following year, he reffed the wild card game when the Dolphins came with Skylar Thompson. 3 straight Bills wild card games he reffed, actually 20, 21, and 22.
All right, it's bad news for the Jags. Are they getting out there that the Bills are 3-0 in games that he's reffed in the wild card round?
Is that going on Liam Cohen's bulletin board?
Yeah, I guess so. Going to have to overcome the refs.
It could very well be. He's actually his crew is not known to call a lot of penalties, so a little bit lighter on that side of things. I guess they don't call as many holding penalties, something like that. I think it's what it is. And the Bills, with everything that Mike Vrabel said about holding and whatever, you know what I mean. But I think that's kind of the rub on his crew. But it is a mixed crew because it's the playoffs, so I don't know how much you can gain from it. You know what I mean? He has not reffed a game for the Bills this year, but he actually just did a Jags game 2 weeks ago against the Colts.
Have a stat for you here, Sal. Before we get into this game, Doug Clausen, CBS Sports, put this one on. I like this. Why does this Super Bowl race feel so wide open? Like, we all kind of acknowledge, like, yeah, it's different than years past. And this is one way to say it. Doug Clausen writing this a minute ago. This is the first time in playoff history the starting quarterbacks on the top 2 seeds on each side enter with 0 career playoff wins. Bo Nix, Drake May, Sam Darnold, and Caleb Williams. The top 4 seeds, 0 career playoff wins for the quarterbacks. That is like the backdrop to why everyone talks about this playoff field the way that they do. And that makes sense to me. Like, all right, first time ever it's kind of looked like this.
Yeah, for sure. So I think there's a smaller picture, like kind of a micro and a macro here when you talk about that, Jeremy. For me, the micro is, yeah, every time we've gone into the playoffs over the last several years, it's more felt like, okay, like who's going to knock off Kansas City, right? Who's going to knock off Philadelphia? Who's going to knock off Baltimore? Whichever team you choose, there's always been some teams right there where you're like, okay, who's going to do that? Who's going to be the team to knock off those teams? They are clearly the best teams in the field. Even who's going to knock off Buffalo? But hey, Buffalo's got to get over Kansas City. No doubt there's been a hierarchy. I think the macro is really interesting to me from a football perspective, which is this a one-off or are we seeing a change? You know what I mean? Like, is this something that are we looking at next year? Okay, we're going to see these same people in it. Is it going to be Trevor Lawrence again and Bo Nix again? And is it Drake May again? Or is this, okay, this happened this year, but really this is just kind of what happened this year, and next year we're going back to, you're going to see Mahomes back again, and you're going to see Burrow, and you're going to see Lamar. I just find it really interesting, like if we're seeing an actual change or if this is just kind of a one-off a little bit.
Right. Are the Jags one of these teams that you think has staying power past this year?
Depends how good the coach is, right?
I do, yeah, Joe, but I wonder, like, I think sometimes you get sometimes you can get a hot coach that comes in and it's a bit of a lightning in a bottle situation where then all of a sudden teams catch up a little bit, right? You get a little more film on what the coach is doing. You get a little more film on what the player is doing. I think of C.J. Stroud for this from a couple of years ago with Houston, right, and how good they were. And he comes in and takes a step back. But that's happened a few times, and now he's playing better, right? But, I mean, I do think that happens.
To the coach point, like, yeah, is Liam Cohen the next Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, or the next Bobby Slowick? Like, Bobby Slowick was the name. Yeah. And Ben Johnson's a good one for this, too. Like, if Ben Johnson is legit, like, you get a great coach, and there's two ways to do it. In fact, Sal, here's a fun little conversation we'll save for the future. I was talking with Carl Jones locally. You know Carl. And he asked me a question. He said, if you were to have a super draft and you included quarterbacks and play callers, how many quarterbacks go before the first play caller goes? And
interesting.
Who's the first play? Like, does McVay go before Dak Prescott, right? You'd go Josh Allen, Drake May, pick your 7 or 8 quarterbacks, and then you'd get to McVay, Shanahan, Ben Johnson, then a quarterback, then a play caller. Like, there are two ways to get there, and we don't often see the great play caller and the great quarterback other than, like, McVay and Stafford. I guess that's the closest we could do.
Reed and Mahomes.
Reed and Mahomes, sure. Yeah. But, like, to me, that's a lot of this, too. If you look at the NFC, I've got offensive-minded head coaches that are these young guys. Ben Johnson's just the latest one. Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Clint Kubiak now with Seattle. Like, you get young, bright play callers that are doing it with quarterbacks that aren't thought of on the level as, like, a Josh Allen. It's whatever. It's all very interesting. It's all part of the, I guess, the tapestry of this playoff.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Carl, I actually did some TV with Carl last night. Going to do TV again with him tonight, and very, very smart question and way to present it. And I would say too, it's interesting bringing it back to Bills-Jags. You brought up McVay and Stafford. And remember, McVay had Goff, and what did he do? He would talk to him in his helmet until there was 15 seconds left. Remember how they took the league by storm like that, right?
Yep.
Guys, Liam Cohen does the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence at the line of scrimmage and kind of gives him the answers to the test while he's up at the line of scrimmage. And one of the things I think to watch out for Sunday, I think Bills fans should kind of key in on this a little bit and see, do the Bills start changing things after that happens, after the 15 seconds runs down the play clock? Because other teams have done that to try to slow down Jacksonville. And obviously it hasn't worked a ton over the last, 8 weeks, but I do think that you have to have a certain type of defense. You have a certain type of defensive coordinator and play caller to be able to do that. And the Bills do, because we all know the Bills love to spin things after snap, post snap. They like to show you a look. Then they change it up a little bit. They like to move their safeties around. I think that's a key in this game where Trevor Lawrence is going to be at the line of scrimmage. He's going to hear from Liam Cohen. Okay, this is what they're doing. Stay in this play. We got base over here. Here's where the linebacker's coming from. He sets a protection. You get to 14, 13 on the play clock. Suddenly the Bills know he can't be talked to anymore. They start moving things around and force Trevor to have to go to something different or maybe not even recognize it.
And Sal, like this Bills defense over the years, it has earned a reputation of what they're going to give you. Sure, they disguise some stuff, but they kind of line up and just play. And this year's Bills defense, it feels like that is less the case than any other year before.
Because they've had to figure out how to mitigate some of their losses, right? Their injuries. This Bills team has had to overcome a lot of the losses and personnel they did not expect to not have. And I think because of that, they've had to find new ways. And that's why you see them completely be a different team a lot in the second half on defense. I think what's happened here for the Bills this year, and people will say, okay, well, that's just they have a bad defensive game plan. And you could look at it that way. It's fine. The way I look at it is they go into a game on defense and say, okay, we know who we are. Let's see what they're going to do to us, because we have to figure out with our personnel, which is kind of limited, how we need to employ them. So we got to give ourselves a few series here to figure that out. And then once we see what they're doing to our personnel, then we can do it. I think that's why you see the better stats in the second half.
The Barnes Firm Injury Report, Sal, let's do that. It's brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. Only 2 players had their distinction or their designation move. Matt Milano went from did not practice to full practice. He had an illness. And Matt Prater was a full participant. Also, TJ Sanders shows up on the report, shoulder but full participant. Any other takeaways from the injury report or any on those 2 guys themselves?
I think the Prater news is really encouraging and good, obviously. But you guys were talking about the kicker situation and, why not just dress Matthew Wright? I don't know. It's a great question. I think that there's a lot to be said for the operation and the trust between the snapper, the holder, the kicker, and everything that goes on with all of that. There's a lot of things that go into the kickoffs and those, certain plays. I think the Bills would feel really comfortable and confident in Matt Prater as long as he's healthy. But I guess you still have to wait on that. I think yesterday having a full practice is a really good sign. But guys, by tomorrow at 4 p.m., we'll know, right? I mean, if the Bills feel that there's any risk at all with Matt Prater, they will elevate Matthew Wright. Or they could sign him to the 53, I guess, but they would put him on the roster in some capacity. And then the next benchmark after that would be 11:30 Sunday morning when the active/inactive list comes out. As far as Milano is concerned, good news on him. Obviously sick, there's an illness run. Jags have a guy that's sick as well, Jerrion Jones. He was missed a day. He was limited yesterday. So, you hope you get through that, and that seems like that's happening. The other ones I'll tell you, not trending well for Terrell Bernard. The fact that Shaq Thompson's been limited 2 days in a row isn't great, but he's been limited. He's been dealing with the neck injury since Cleveland. He's played. Don't think there's anything to be too concerned about there. And then obviously we know that the team's probably not going to have Maxwell Hairston. The one I'm really keeping an eye on, Ty Johnson.
Yeah, Ty Johnson, a second straight missed practice.
And 2 days in a row, the ankle injury. Remember, he went back in the game and he scored a touchdown after the ankle injury. He's missed 2 days of practice here. Sean McDermott will join me on the Extra Point Show later today. We'll get a full rundown. We'll see if he's going to practice today or play. And then, of course, Joshua Palmer hasn't practiced for a couple of straight days. So that's another one to keep an eye on because of what the numbers might look like at wide receiver as well.
If Palmer doesn't go, what do you think it looks like? Is Keon Coleman drawing into this game?
It's a great question. I go back and forth between him and Mecole Hardman because here's why I say it. And there's a lot of tentacles to this, right? Number one, how much do they trust Keon? I think that's number one. Like, do you trust him to be on the field, do everything he's supposed to do? After everything that's happened, he's been kind of the 6th guy out of 6 guys, right? But honestly, even if you say, yeah, we would trust him, guys, if you're down Joshua Palmer, then okay, you also have to be very mindful of if Khalil Shakir is returning punts and you're putting more on him, well, you have another guy you could put in there, Mecole Hardman, so you don't have to have Khalil do that. And you can maybe make sure that he stays as healthy as possible. And then you have a dynamic guy not only as a punt returner possibly, but also you could add into the mix at wide receiver. So that's where I think that you have to start making decisions.
The question, too, about Johnson, Sal, like if he didn't play, his role, like pass catching out of the backfield, but also the blocking element. Like, would we just assume Cook would take that on because he's already got so much in terms of carries? Like maybe Ray Davis would do it?
I would think that Ray Davis would be, obviously on the field a lot more and become that guy. I mean, if Johnson can't play, I would almost certainly think they'd elevate Frank Gore. I don't think you go into the game with 2 running backs. You know what I mean? And then the question would be how much would Frank Gore actually play, right? And I can't see him being on the field a ton.
One more thing I want to mention. Maybe the biggest thing to follow on the injury report is on the Jags side, where the Cole Van Lanen has missed 2 straight practices as well. He's their starting left tackle, and he's missed 2 practices. He's got a knee injury. If they're down their left tackle, I mean, that's something they have to scramble for, and like advantage Joey Bosa, I guess. Like this is what Bosa was brought here for, right? It's why his load was managed. He's a full participant. He's still probably working with a hamstring injury, but it'd be big, Sal, if they're down Cole Van Lanen.
You guys know how many times Josh Allen's been sacked this year, right?
40,
yeah.
Do you know how many times Trevor Lawrence has been sacked?
No. 40?
No.
41.
41.
Okay.
I mean, we talk about Josh Allen a lot with how many sacks he's taken, right? I mean, Trevor Lawrence has taken some sacks this year. The Jags remind me of the Bills in a lot of ways, especially on defense, which is their sum is greater than their parts, right? Like, you look at defense, they're just really good across the board. They do a lot of really good things. They don't have these – yeah, of course, Joshua Hines-Allen's a really good player. They have guys who are good. But and then on the offensive side, though, one of the big differences, the Bills have this really, really well-regarded offensive line. The Jags' offensive line is okay. It's not an offensive line that I think people are like, oh, my God, they do all these things incredibly well. They protect, they run well. But they have guys. They have guys that can fill in. But, you think that, okay, if you're missing a part, that moves parts around a little bit. And then if he's not able to play at left tackle, Walker Little is a backup for them. They have a guy named Patrick McCarry who's a guard, but he's also banged up a little bit. He can slide out. They have options, but I do think it's interesting, that's an area. You're right. Now, the other part about this, Jeremy, real quick, is – in Jacksonville, fans, media, all week have been saying basically that they thought that Van Lanen would be okay and play and fine. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's gamesmanship. He just hasn't practiced this week, but It's certainly possible he practices today and plays.
Okay. Sal, thank you. We'll be listening the schedule today. Sean McDermott, what time?
Sean McDermott, a little after 11 a.m. on the Extra Point Show. He'll give us a rundown there. The Bills will have a walkthrough. And real quick before I go, just want to say, because I think we need to say it here, Tre'Davious White was the annual winner of our Kent Hall Stand-Up Guy Award from the local media. Every year, we who cover the team, we vote on we give like a top 3 choices. We vote on somebody for their basically their availability and cooperation with the media. And Tre'Davious White won the award yesterday, and just want to give him a little bit of credit and shout out for that.
I saw the video. Trey joked that he said, all my teammates must be very mean if you gave it to me.
I love it.
Vintage Trey. So, congratulations to him. All right, thanks, Sal. We'll be listening coming up at 10 o'clock.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. Bills and Jags, of course, Sunday, 1 o'clock. We're open for your phone calls now till 8:30 when we check in with Chris Brown. So give us a ring. You can call us on the Sabres, too. They had a nice win last night over the Rangers and now a 5-game homestand in a playoff spot. So hopefully some good vibes at KeyBank Center starting tomorrow night with the Anaheim Ducks in town. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
It's interesting bringing it back to Bills-Jags. You brought up McVay and Stafford. And remember, McVay had Goff, and what did he do? He would talk to him in his helmet until there was 15 seconds left. Remember how they took the league by storm like that, right?
Yep.
Guys, Liam Cohen does the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence at the line of scrimmage and kind of gives him the answers to the test while he's up at the line of scrimmage. And one of the things I think to watch out for Sunday, I think Bills fans should kind of key in on this a little bit and see, do the Bills start changing things after that happens, after the 15 seconds runs down, the play clock? Because other teams have done that to try to slow down Jacksonville. And obviously it hasn't worked a ton over the last, 8 weeks, but I do think that you have to have a certain type of defense. You have a certain type of defensive coordinator and play caller to be able to do that. And the Bills do, because we all know the Bills love to spin things after snap, post snap. They like to show you a look. Then they change it up a little bit. They like to move their safeties around. I think that's a key in this game where Trevor Lawrence is going to be at the line of scrimmage. He's going to hear from Liam Cohen, okay, this is what they're doing. Stay in this play. We got base over here. Here's where the linebacker's coming from. He sets a protection. You get to 14, 13 on the play clock. Suddenly the Bills know he can't be talked to anymore. They start moving things around and force Trevor to have to go to something different or maybe not even recognize it.
I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. I mean, that's
Houston,
my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game, low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's like 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. Like, all right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and DeMeco Ryans. Like, go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I'd pick them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But like you said, like right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more like pick them.
What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually at this yesterday a little bit on, some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs, and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Bolden was right there with him. And Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. That dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. They're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end.
Interesting. Sorry, when's the last time you heard a GM do this around the league stuff? So the Lions have already asked about Mike McDaniel.
Yep.
Right, we know that. But Lions GM Brad Holmes said the Lions could consider trading David Montgomery this offseason.
Oh, yeah. Saw that yesterday.
Those are conversations we're going to have because a lot of respect for that player. He deserves to be in a situation where his skill set can be utilized. Would love for it to be here, but if he can't be here, you'd have to see what you can get, what you can work out the best for him.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he's
old.
good.
He's older. He's good.
Yeah, he's 29 years old.
He's
what are you going to get for a 29-year-old running back?
Right. He's
on a contract.
He's one of those guys I want to say, that guy's a football player. David Montgomery.
Yeah.
He is a tough, good player.
Yep.
But he's not obviously as explosive as Gibbs. His cap hit is $8.3 million. So
okay,
good luck.
Yeah, well, who's going to want to take that on? No thanks.
Interesting.
He had a nice, solid career.
Yeah, he's had a nice career. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Bills and Jags. Anybody going to this game? We haven't had too many calls from Jacksonville.
I had a buddy who texted me yesterday, I got tickets to the game. You interested? He just said the game. Would you have assumed he meant Bills-Jaguars?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he mean Sabres-Ducks?
I'm like, I asked Bills, question mark. No, it was the Sabres.
Oh.
Wild, or whoever they play on Monday. Sabres-Panthers on Monday.
Monday's Sabres game is
Monday.
not the game.
The game.
He said this yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
No. No.
They played before that.
Right, they play Saturday.
They play twice.
Here.
Yeah.
Wow,
No.
that made me mad.
Yeah, me too.
I thought I was getting an invite to Bills-Jags.
All right, I've got a new idea how to repurpose one of those troughs you buy at the stadium. You buy the trough from the stadium, you put it like in your garage, and anytime there's a party foul, someone has to sit in the trough. There you go.
Take
Do you
a
even
nap.
clean it
Just sit in the
before
trough.
that?
What's
Yeah.
that?
Do you clean it before that
It's
or no?
stainless steel. We've tried to go over this. It's stainless steel. We had somebody in the chat pointing out it's as clean as you can get. You have to worry about that
Yeah.
if you want to buy the trough. If you missed our opening segment about the trough,
How much is the trough? They have prices up there yet or no?
I imagine that's going to be an auction.
We should guess.
The
Okay.
trough is
Right.
an
Yeah,
auction.
that makes sense.
Because
Over, under.
You set a price. I mean, here I'm like, you're going to have to beat people up with a stick trying to get this trough in their garage. Anyway, 8030550. How many troughs are there? It's like how many jelly beans?
there
How
gotta
many
be a
jelly
lot.
beans in a jar? How many troughs are in the stadium?
20.
Trough of
More
ice.
than that. It's more than 20.
More than 20?
Got to be more than 20. 70. 70 troughs.
70.
There's 70
high.
troughs.
I think I'm closer.
70.
Aren't there like 5 in each bathroom at least?
I don't know. I
All
guess.
right, we're late. We got to get to a break.
Yeah.
More of your phone calls. Bills, Jags, and if you want some trough talk, you can have it. Chris Brown joins us at 8:30. I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling the who would you even call? You call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
You might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call
someone.
the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
it'd be for someone that has a win.
That's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think if...
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
Been a long time.
Yeah, but that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
You know, it's so funny about that, like reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that it – whatever. I think it's almost no chance.
The Bills head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the wild card Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety DeMar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited participants in practice. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not practice. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants earlier in the week to full participants yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Also, Bills cornerback Tre'Davious White is the winner of the 4th annual Kent Hull Stand-Up Guy Award, voted on by members of the Buffalo media. The Sabres get their back-to-back wins after surviving against the Rangers last night.
McLeod, though, he can score shorthanded goals. He's got the puck. He feeds it through. Samuelson, tough angle shot. Scores! Oh, my goodness! Unbelievable!
Matthias Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Doan, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots against. Up next, they're in action Saturday, hosting the Ducks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Around the NFL, Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have an in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. Ravens and Titans requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. Miami head coach Mike McDaniel fired yesterday, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have reached out to McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. The Ravens also have requested permission to interview 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh for their head coaching vacancy. And in college football, Miami defeated Ole Miss last night 31-27. Tonight in the Peach Bowl, Oregon takes on Indiana with kickoff set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
This weekend, Jacksonville, that are hot. They're coming off some, 7-8 game winning streak. They have a lot of confidence. They're playing in their backyard. Don't worry, we're going to have a lot of Bills Mafia down there. I guarantee you that. But you know what? We have as good a chance as anybody, even on the road, even though we have not won a playoff game on the road in a long time. But the bottom line is we got an opportunity just like anybody else. And you got a quarterback like Josh Allen. Our team is playing pretty good now. We've got a running game that's very good, and I know Jacksonville's run defense is very good. But we have a team now. As long as 17 is in there, we have an opportunity to win.
Jim Kelly on the Jim Rome Show. Happy Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe, Owen and Alt Joe are here as well. We'll talk to Chris Brown at the bottom of the hour as they gear up to go to Jacksonville to take on the Jags. The Jags are wearing teal on teal.
Yes.
The Bills are wearing white tops, blue shorts, blue pants. Yeah. Whatever. What am I trying to say here? But the Jags are going teal on teal in this game. And we're talking about it, taking calls from you, your level of confidence, what you're feeling about it. A very quick note from around the NFL. The Giants Daily account, New York Giants, just like a random Twitter account, took some video of Jackson Dart on the sidelines for the game last night, Ole Miss and Miami. And the post is a video of Jackson Dart talking to an Ole Miss assistant, and it says, I'm not a lip reader, but it sure looks like the Ole Miss assistant is asking a question, like maybe who's going to be the next head coach, and Dart says, I don't know, Harbaugh or Stefanski, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And it is one of those things where when you read something ahead of time and then watch the lips, you're like, that matches up. But I asked Joe to take a look at it, and it does kind of look like he says Harbaugh or Stefanski, but I don't know.
I really believe it. Yeah.
Harbaugh or Stefanski, but I don't know.
Which makes sense. Those are the two they've been most aggressively pursuing, it sounds like. Although, does Miami fire McDaniel unless they think they've got a really great shot at Harbaugh?
Yeah, probably.
But what do they offer that Harbaugh would want? Unless it's like part ownership. Or like full power, like to be the GM, or like hire whoever you want to be the GM.
Yeah.
Like it could be the power of it, but like there's nothing in Miami that I would want to go coach. So it'd be very strange to me if he did go there. Because otherwise, like, what are the Dolphins going to do at coach? They're going to do. Are they going to like go the other way? Go like, we'll get a defensive guy that is more of a hard ass than McDaniel was. Like, I don't know.
Chris Shula.
I mean, we know it's not going to be Brian Flores. We know that.
And the grandson of Don Shula coaching the Dolphins. I don't know how you feel about that, but Chris Shula. He's a heck of a defensive coordinator for the Rams.
Makes sense. Yeah.
If you're Chris Shula, do you want that job?
I think.
You know, they like
I don't
to
know.
say,
The people are different. I could see him feeling like destiny. Like, yeah, I'm going to go back coach where my grandpa was the greatest coach.
He's a hot candidate right now. 803-0550. All right, on Bills-Jags, you know, it's funny. I was thinking about this in the break, and it's just how it goes. Occasionally, the conversation will shift to what happens if they lose. And I think the reason that happens is because what happens if they lose, that's a very clear, we know we're in the offseason, the season has ended, and maybe it confirms your priors. If you're someone that's after McDermott, you're coming after McDermott. If you're someone that's after Bean, you're coming after Bean. If you're Joe Brady, blah, blah, blah. You know, what happens if they win? Well, then we watch Sunday Night Football. and we find out where they're going to go next. So, a win would be
or Monday Night Football and see where they're going to go next too.
Well,
depending on the Sunday night result.
That's right. Sunday night would determine whether or not we have to watch Monday night to find out where they're going to go. But they'd be going somewhere. We know that. So, what happens if they lose? I start thinking about how mad are people going to be? Or is it a little bit of, well, I watched them play this year. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they were the 1 seed and they were 15-2 and lose the first home game. That is, gut punch. How could this happen?
Right.
I feel like a lot of reasonable Bills fans might expect them to win, but are prepared to not be shocked if they lose. And I'm thinking about every time this team has fallen down big time in a game, the number of tweets, the number of social media things I see. There's like, this team is actually not very good at all. This team stinks. We're a mess. And then they rally and come back to win. So halftime of this game, if it's 21-3 Jags, I'm gonna wait a minute.
Right.
I'm just gonna wait a minute because that game script has happened a bunch of times.
Isn't it crazy that it's happened a bunch of times? Because when you look at them on paper, don't you feel like they're not built for comebacks? The Bills?
Yeah.
But they have
Allen.
They have Allen, right? They have 4 this year, and they have the 2 crazy ones, of course, against New England and Baltimore.
Yeah. I saw... Here's again, like, there's a million stats you could track, and you decide which one matters to you. But I saw one that was ranking the teams by how much time they spent in a positive win probability in their games, right?
Yeah.
How often were you winning, or at least in a spot where it looked like you were going to win? And the Bills ranked 12th in the NFL.
Okay.
Now, that's sometimes quality of opponent. New England never really trailed all that often. They won most of their games.
Right.
They were winning a lot of their games. The Bills ranked 12th. Like, it's a team that has had to come back and eke out wins and be cardiac kids,
Yeah,
So,
like how many games did they really play with the lead throughout? I mean, there are a couple. Like the both Jet games, the Carolina game, Kansas City, right? But there's a lot. The Pittsburgh is another one. So, like, there are a handful. I guess it always depends on how it looks too, but maybe not. I think if they get through Sunday, I'm going to feel like they can go to the Super Bowl. Like, just flat out.
Yep.
Because it's kind of how I feel about the Jags. And maybe if the Jags look like, oh, they weren't as good as I thought they were, then that could change. But if it looks like, oh, yeah, no, they're a really good team and you found a way to beat them, and now I'm going to either Denver or Pittsburgh or Houston, like, I'm going to have a confidence in the Bills that I'm not all the way there with right now. Like, I still think they're a flawed football team that just has the best player in the AFC. And is that enough to get you through it? Sometimes it might be. But I'm skeptical when you're playing a team that is pretty good at almost everything.
Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, happy Football Friday, guys.
Happy Football Friday.
There's a couple of things I want to talk about. And the one, the second point is is kind of what you're talking about now with McDermott. So I'll save that for last. The first thing I'm going to say is, like, I've been listening to you guys all week, especially with Joe Marino, and then you had another guy on. I forgot what his name was. They're talking about the style of defense that the Jaguars play. They play a lot of cover 2 defense, right? So they're going to sit back.
They play a lot of zone,
yeah. And keep things kind of in front of them, right? I don't want to see the screens. Okay, you want to throw 1 or 2, fine, but I really don't want to see that to be a big portion of our offensive game plan because they do have athletic linebackers. And, I know Joe, he said our screen game has been actually better than most people think, which maybe, he keeps the stats on that, so I'll trust him. But to the eye, like, when I see it, every time we run that screen, I'm like, to Shakir, on the side, I'm like, it's enough. Like, just do something else. I want to see us attack the seams with our tight ends and the flats, just play action pass, whatever we got to do. I want to get the win. I do think we are going to win. I'm not one to think that the Bills are going to lose, but my main point is this. I had a friend of mine, he's not a Bills fan. He asked me, like, if the Bills lose this game, who's more to blame? Is it McDermott or is it Bean? And I am not a McDermott guy by any stretch of the imagination, but as this season has gone along, I think this is one of the best coaching jobs he's done because our roster is deficient in a lot of spots. And he's done a great job, in my opinion, just putting the pieces together as best as he can. And I think a lot of this is going to fall if there's a failure in the playoffs. Now, I'm saying this today, right? I don't know how the story is going to play out Sunday, but I would blame more Bean than I would McDermott at this point. What do you guys think?
Mo, I'll just say this. Like, it's impossible to say who you would be mad about or mad at without seeing the game. If they lose the game because timeout mismanagement or a lame fourth down decision or something, 13 seconds, like that's coaching. Let's just say this. If they lose the game in the way they have lost games this year, pick which one. Atlanta, Miami, Philadelphia, Houston. Maybe Philadelphia is a little different because people really think Allen was just not on that day. But if they lose a game in the way they've lost the games, then people are coming for Bean. Because the way that they've lost games is their offense scores less than 20.
Right.
That's it. They have 5 games this year where they scored less than 20 points. Last year, they went to the playoffs on a heater, kind of like Jacksonville. Last year, they're the Jacksonville team that scores 30 or more in 8 straight on the way in. Everything's humming, all cylinders. And right or wrong, like, listen, if you listen to us a lot, you know how I feel about what they've done at receiver. And that said, it's not like being totally, well, whatever. He missed the deadline. We know that. But look what'll happen. If they win the Super Bowl, like I've tried to say multiple times, like not every game is a referendum on what their pass catchers are and are not. I feel like the issue has been fully settled. They came into the year, and the thought was their receivers were going to be Josh Palmer, Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman, and Elijah Moore.
Right.
In addition to Shakir.
Right.
And what is it?
Brandon Cooks.
It's none of them.
None of them. It's none of them.
It's none of them.
It's guys that weren't on your team at the beginning of the year.
It's Cooks. It's Shavers to a degree, making a little bit of an
Shavers
impact.
and Davis.
It's Gabe Davis, Brandon Cooks, and your tight ends. So like, it without a doubt, it hasn't gone to plan. And the question is like, okay, can you survive it? Like Bean to some point has done with the receiver room what McDermott has tried to do on the defensive line, which is like, I'll try anything. I'll claim Brandon Cooks. Will it work? And if it works, then good job claiming that guy and not just deciding to settle and sit on, all right, we're going to keep rolling Keon Coleman out there when it's not working.
Right.
Like there's a point that you were willing to not just keep trying that. Let's try. I mean, Gabe, I guess, sure, but Cooks is really it. I think he'll get credit for that. I know it's like bottom of the barrel stuff, but and again, like if they lose the way they have lost, I don't have any doubt that people are going to be coming for the fact that they didn't trade for Waddle, or they didn't trade for Jacoby Myers, or they didn't trade for whoever.
Well, and it hurts them in critical situations. I mean, the caller brought up the screens and how some of their numbers are actually better than you would think, and that is true. The thing that has always been my pet peeve about screens isn't about the fact they run them at all.
Oh, it's the concept.
It's the concept, and it's also the timing. The amount of times they run it on a third down drives me crazy. It's all the time. That 3rd and 5, what's your answer? Let's throw it to Ty Johnson as a screen. 3rd and 7. What? 3rd and 9. They've thrown screens. And sometimes maybe I think they're doing that because they're planning to go for it on 4th down.
Right, and it's like an extended run play.
But not always. There are times early in games where, like, you're not going for this 4th down, and they run the screen anyway. And, like, I'm trying to find the numbers by, like, route so I could kind of boil that down to just screens by down. But I have it by passing. Like, the Bills this year, EPA per pass on 1st down. Do you know where they rank? Really good. They're 3rd in the NFL this year on 1st down, EPA per pass. On 2nd down, you know where they rank? 5th. Really good. How about on 3rd down? 16th. They are dramatically worse on 3rd downs throwing the football than they are in 1st and 2nd down. And I don't think I want to blame all of that on the screens they call on 3rd downs, but man, I think that's got a big influence on it. They do it all the time, and it goes against them a lot.
Well, the thing about the screens, I would say this, like, let's pretend for a moment, just a thought experiment, that instead of screens, they're running Wildcat right there.
Yeah.
What would we say, even if it works?
Yeah.
Okay, it's great when it works, but why am I removing Josh Allen from the play?
Right. Yeah.
That's it. To me, that's all of it. If it works, great. Good scheme. You did great. But when it doesn't work, I'm left thinking, I can't believe that I have the best player in football. This is James Cook's not on the field on the final drive times a million.
Mm-hmm.
If a key play happens on Sunday and they throw a screen to Ty Johnson on 3rd and 10 like they did before the hook and ladder against the Eagles, you're like, I'm sorry.
There's so many of them.
How could anybody sign up for that?
And also, I would say maybe I'm like a little sensitive to whenever they do it. Although I feel like most fans are pretty sensitive to the screens when they run them.
Yeah.
But me especially, because that is how I think the season ended last year. Like the
3rd and 10.
The play that I get the most mad at for how they lost last year is throwing a screen to Amari Cooper on 3rd and 10. And you would think after that, you would we got to build an offense where that's not our answer. And instead, they've just leaned and leaned and leaned right back into it all year long.
It was 3rd and 10, and then 4th and 10 was a call to do the orbit motion swing out to Shakir.
Right.
That was 4th and 5.
4th and 5.
4th and 5.
Yeah.
3rd and 10 screen, 4th and 5 orbit motion backfield throw.
Right.
Like, this is the AFC Championship game. That's the best you've got.
Didn't you have numbers a couple weeks ago on like how often they throw short of the sticks on 3rd down? Someone had those.
They throw short of the sticks more than any team in the NFL.
Right. And like that
on 3rd down.
That's all of
and
it.
It's not
That's
just,
why they're probably bad on 3rd downs throwing the ball, because they don't have answers past the
right.
first down marker except for Kincaid.
And they get yak, right? Like that's part of it. This is what they want it to be and how they are built. It is, and I don't really have a conceptual problem with throwing short of the sticks on 3rd down. Sometimes it's going to work. What it was that they are number 1 by a lot. And you start to look at the other teams that are down there, and it's some,
it's back and forth kind of.
It's some good teams, some bad teams. So like number 1 throwing short of the sticks is the Bills by 10 or 11%, and second is the Browns. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got this quarterback, and my game plan on 3rd down is a lot of behind the line of scrimmage throws.
Right, like that's also and you could even a lot of that I'm sure are the screens, but there are other plays that are not screens, and that in a way is also taking Josh Allen out of the play. Because even though he's making, on 3rd and 9, he's making a 5-yard pass. Like, okay, Allen, I'm trusting him to make the right read, and he's throwing a 5-yard pass, but still, I'm now taking Allen out of the equation to trust Shakir, Kincaid, Coleman, whoever it's been. Your job now is to get the remaining 5.
Yep.
And that is, again, like it's an element of I'm taking the ball out of Allen's hands and I'm putting it into somebody else's. And that's the design of their offense.
Will writes in about screens. This is finally the week we see the fake screen on 3rd and 1. They go downfield to Cooks or Davis.
There we go. They've been setting it up all year.
No, but they've done it before. If they do it, it's not the first time they've ever done it.
Right.
The Dawson Knox touchdown last week is a little bit of that. It's a play action, and Cook is kind of out there looking like he still could get a throw.
Wasn't there a Kincaid touchdown earlier in the year where Allen fakes it immediately right and he's open up the sideline?
Sure. So listen, they don't do it the whole year to catch Jacksonville sleeping. The Jags are expecting that too. They have run that before. Maybe it'll work, and if it works, that's great.
Yeah.
They ran it on a throw to Gabe Davis in Philadelphia, and Davis turned the wrong way or whatever. So anytime anybody makes the point that they're saving something. They're saving something for the postseason. I'm not here to dispute that.
The only thing I'll listen to on that is designed Allen runs.
Sure. But all I want to say on that is, are the Bills the only team doing that? Like, you think your team is saving something for the playoffs, that's fine.
Yeah.
So's Jacksonville. So's L.A. So is New England. If you think that, it's not like the Bills have cornered the market on not showing something going into the playoffs.
I think they have a reputation for never doing it before. Don't they?
Of never doing what?
I think people believe, and this might be just totally wrong, I think people believe Kansas City has done that and the Bills have not. And that's a big difference why the Bills have lost 5 or 4.
But for the Bills, isn't it more often like Steve Spagnuolo throws a blitz that he'd never thrown before?
Yeah, that's the play that gets them on 4th down last year. But it was a blitz they hadn't run all season.
That's right. It's a blitz they hadn't run all season on 4th and 5. That's right.
Right.
Anyway, all right, 8030550. Chris Brown's going to join us. It is Buffalo Bills Football Friday, Playoff Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law, Car Crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Football Friday. That whole conversation on screens, I guess that's who needs to get results, right? Joe Brady. Joe Brady's got to get results. If the screens work, we won't be as mad. But the 3rd down stuff short of the sticks, I really think it's about who your quarterback is. People get upset about, I don't want to take the best quarterback and improviser out of a play that's a high leverage moment. He's great. He exhibits greatness. Let's not just, clip his wings before anything even happens. So Joe Brady needs to get results. Who needs to get results? Brought to you by Dan Cha-Cha Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Cha-Cha's gotcha. Chris Brown coming up next. What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month. He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good. And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually this yesterday a little bit on, some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Bolden was right there with him. And Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. That dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. They're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end. I heard some good breakdowns that McDermott, what he likes to do in the playoffs, actually might be good against Trevor Lawrence. He'll just pack the middle, make you check it down, and not allow the big throws.
And that's all they want to do.
And that Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback that once in a while he feels that I got to take the big shot at some point, kind of like how Allen has been at points in his career. Lawrence is like that, except he doesn't have quite the same physical tools to pull it off as often, and that could be good. That could be good for this matchup. And if that happens, where McDermott gets a couple mistakes, or their run game holds up, and I think there's a good chance that their run game holds up. That's kind of why I'm growing in confidence too. Is it's the 2 run games on either side that the Bills' defense has been a little bit better against the run as of late, a little bit better, still not great. They're playing a team that has not been running the ball well at all.
Yeah. That's why I flipped the other side, because a run game never knocks them out of the playoffs.
Right, that too. And on the other side, their stats about the Jags never facing the type of run game that the Bills have, where they'll go heavy and 2 tight ends on the field or 3 tight ends on the field, Gilliam on the field, and how they're really largely untested in that way. And that also... I watched some of the 2 Colts games. It was I'm not a film watcher. You could just see, they just got everybody at the line of scrimmage because they know Riley Leonard's in the game. Mm-hmm. Daniel Jones left, and then Leonard started the second game. They're just going to run it. Or Rivers started the second game. They're just going to run it. Let's put 8 people in the box, and we'll stop Jonathan Taylor. And when Allen's your quarterback,
can't do that.
Even with the current state of the passing game not being the same as it's been in the past, I don't think you do that against the Bills defense.
fakes the handoff. Trubisky back to pass, wide open, and in the end zone for the touchdown is Dawson Knox. A 17-yard touchdown strike from Trubisky to Knox. And the Bills are on the board first here in Week 18.
We'll chat with Chris Brown here, part of Football Friday. Chris Brown's appearance on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hard-working men and women. Chris, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Did you leave anything in the booth? Just, the superstition. We could go back. There could be one more game.
We didn't tear everything down. I do know at some point in time we do want to get the pictures of Van Miller off the wall
yes.
to bring to the new place. So I know there are plans to get back in there and at the very least do that.
All right, well, maybe we'll be there in a couple of weeks. Bills win, root for the Chargers. The dream stays alive to get back to Highmark for one more game. Before we talk about the game looking forward, Chris, just one more time, looking back on have you watched a lot of the videos? I find myself watching a lot of the videos, the touchdowns, the highlights, the songs, the people singing. It really was – it was a pretty special day. It was about as good as you could ask for.
Yeah, and, it certainly helped that the team got up 21-0 on the Jets, which I don't think was any surprise to anybody. But the good thing was it kind of let the party start early, if you will. You always worry in a send-off game, that the game's tight and everybody's nervous and people can't enjoy, their final experience there. But that was taken care of rather quickly. So, and really, I know we were talking about it all morning leading up to that game, but, the game was almost secondary to the event of having your final experience there. So I was glad that the team was able to help in that regard.
Yeah. It's a great way to finish. Josh Allen gets some time off, and he had some time to do some self-scouting this week. He said that Joe Brady sat him down to look at what he did throughout the season, did some self-scouting. And I wonder how you feel like that'll affect Josh going into this game against a Jaguars team that is red hot, good offense, and their defense has been pretty good as well.
Yeah, it has, and they've been very opportunistic with taking the ball away. They lead the AFC in takeaways with 31. And I think they also lead the league with most interceptions at home this season. Now, they played 9 games at home just like the Bills did, but 12 interceptions in 9 games at home. So, yeah, they are opportunistic. There's no question about that. I was taken with Josh's comment when he was asked, what did you find through your self-scouting? And he said that there's so much out there that I missed. So I feel that this is an interesting tactic by Joe Brady. I think he's trying to open Josh's eyes to the fact that there is a lot of help for him out there on the field within the structure of the offense. And it's almost a reminder to him that he doesn't have to do it all by himself. So I'm hoping that message hits home because we know in the playoffs he levels up like nobody else. But I think it's important for him to recognize that he has people helping him pull on the rope. And so hopefully, he'll be a facilitator as much as he is a playmaker.
Yeah, it's the balance of that versus, I brought up earlier, Chris, the 4th and 1 play last year in Denver where he throws it to the back of the end zone to Ty Johnson. Sometimes he will be himself and go for it, but it's striking that balance. And how have you viewed him lately in that regard? I guess Brady has viewed him, a certain way recently. But that Philadelphia game, there were other games before that, the sack he took against Cleveland where he got injured. There are definitely some examples, I think, where you could totally tell he's trying to do too much.
Yeah, and I think it came to a head in the Philadelphia game, right? We had about 4 decisions in that game that were ill-advised and took points off the board. And I think that's probably what prompted Joe Brady into making this decision to take this approach and open his eyes to that. It's one thing to just go over them in corrections, but hey, why don't we take a deeper dive on this and see what we can do? And I was just impressed that, he took that step and then Josh willingly said, all right, let's take a look at this stuff. Mitch is preparing for the Jets. I'll spend some time self-scouting. And it seems to have opened his mind to what is out there for him to make use of within the structure of a game plan.
Chris Brown with us on the Western Hotline. Chris, there's a lot of strength versus strength in this game, also weaknesses versus weaknesses. The run game for the Bills against the rush defense of the Jaguars, the Jags have not allowed really anybody to run big on them this year. But as the week's going on and you're looking at this game, are you feeling like the Bills, despite those numbers, can have a day running the ball on the Jags?
Well, it depends on what you say by have a day. I mean, I could see James Cook, flirting with 100 yards. I don't think he's going to bust out 150. But I think I'll put it to you this way. I think the run game can be effective enough to keep the offense on schedule and allow them to stay within the framework of their game plan. Because, yes, it's the number one run defense in football. You have to respect that. I know you guys have mentioned this on your show. We've mentioned it on ours. The Jags have faced the fewest rushing attempts in the league, I believe. So I think there's more to that number than maybe meets the eye. They've gotten up on teams, and opponents don't run the ball as much because they're trying to catch up and they're throwing the football. I don't think the Bills are going to stray from the run game, even if they're down 7 or maybe even 10 early. I think because of that, I think they'll have some success. And I still think that Buffalo's offensive line still doesn't get enough respect. For me, it's a top 5 O-line in the league, maybe even top 3, and they're healthy and ready to roll. So let's put them to the test.
Chris Brown joining us, chatting about the Bills and Jaguars wild card matchup. The winner, of course, advancing. If it's the Bills that win, it could be Denver, it could be Houston, it could be Pittsburgh, but for now, Jacksonville. The pass defense, Chris, I wonder how big a loss you feel like Maxwell Hairston is in this game. I mean, he'd been rotating, and I think people have, early in the year, Trey White might have had some troubles, but he's played pretty well. And the pass defense as a whole has been pretty buttoned up for the most part. Do you feel like Hairston is a big loss, or this secondary is equipped to overcome it?
Well, I think we've seen ways in which the Bills have managed single absences before. The issue is when there are multiple absences. That's when there seems to be a problem. I think there's a way for them to work around the Hairston absence. Tre'Davious White and Christian Benford have been really, really good since about week 6. I mean, I know they're both in the top 5 in passer rating allowed in the entire league. Trey is in the top 3 in completion percentage against. So, yes, you'd love to have Hairston. I don't think it's catastrophic that he's probably not going to play on Sunday.
How about Prater? Does it make you nervous?
Well, let's see what the decision is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's listed as a full participant yesterday, which was decision day, as to whether or not he's fit to kick in the game. I found his interview with the media pretty interesting because he kind of gave the feeling that exiting the game on Sunday was purely precautionary because his leg had tightened up on him. He never really said that he pulled his quad muscle again. He admitted that the cold weather was a factor in it stiffening up. And he even was pretty self-effacing and acknowledging, hey, I'm 41 years old. I don't heal like I used to. But he did also admit playing in the warm weather will be beneficial. So, look, the coaches have to make a decision based on how the workout went yesterday as to whether they feel he'll be fit to kick and doesn't really risk recurrence of injury. I can't see them going into a game and having 2 kickers active. I really think this is a one or the other kind of decision. So we'll probably find out from Coach McDermott today as to whether or not Matt Prater got the green light for Sunday.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Jacksonville, is it a house of horrors for this Bills team? They've had some ugly games down there, but I don't know. Is it a tough place to play, Chris, your experience? How loud does it get? I feel like we might be a little snobby in thinking Jacksonville's,
Also, the 17 playoff game, Chris, if I remember right, there was a good number of Bills fans.
A lot of Bills fans can invade sometimes.
Yeah, there were a good number of Bills fans for that one, but it does get loud there. It's an old, traditional bowl structure stadium, so the noise doesn't exactly rain down onto the field like it does at, say, like a Lumen Field in Seattle, or how New Highmark Stadium will be, or even Houston, which has stacked seating as well. So from that standpoint, maybe it's a little bit more bearable, but it will be loud. I mean, it's going to be a playoff atmosphere. Talking to some of the people that cover the Jaguars down there, they say people are, in a frenzy over the team being back in the playoffs for the first time in 3 years, not to mention the fact that the 8-game winning streak has, fans at a fevered pitch. So taking them out of it early might be pretty beneficial to how the rest of the afternoon might go, because playoffs charge everybody up, and so they'll be loud, even if they're not traditionally loud.
Well, we'll be listening, Chris, and we'll talk about it on Monday, and hopefully we're talking Victory Monday and matchups at that point.
Indeed. Enjoy the game, guys.
You too. Thanks, Chris. Chris Brown joining us here on Buffalo Bills Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car Crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
The Jag Stadium might be like that right now, but remember, they're also getting a giant renovation.
Yeah, they're leaving to go to Orlando
for like 2 years, and the Bills will play there in 2027. They'll play in Orlando in 2027.
Okay.
Which will be that's a one-time potential Bills trip. Going to do Disney World and Bills in the same weekend.
What stadium?
They're building a dome, though. I think.
Is that the Sun Bowl
in Orlando?
Yeah. What building is that?
Wherever they used to host didn't they have the Pro Bowl there for a few years? I'm not sure. They got something.
The Orlando Stadium. No, the first place.
Camping World Stadium.
Camping World Stadium.
There you go.
All right.
Also been known as the Tangerine Bowl.
Gotcha. Chris mentioned New Highmark. I thought about that. Like, the Bills are about to have a home field advantage when it comes to volume. I know the old Highmark has been loud. The new one,
I was talking. It'll be loud because it's all going to funnel in too.
It's going to be so loud in the new stadium.
I was talking with a buddy about this the other day, that he was saying like all the new stadiums are going to start looking alike. Like, I'm looking at the Jaguars Stadium right now. The Jaguars Stadium is going to look exactly like the Rams Stadium, and
they all look like that. The Chiefs, the Bears, the Browns,
they're all going to look similar.
The glass roof dome kind of look.
Yeah, like it's all kind of the same. And I told him, I'm like, I think the Bills though are going to have one of the more unique stadiums. Yep. If all those stadiums are going to start looking like that, and that's not even just the domed ones. Like the Bills, we've talked about how it looks like a soccer stadium.
Yeah.
What other stadium in the NFL looks like a soccer stadium? There's not many.
No.
Maybe there isn't even another one. There probably is one other. But like I think they're going to look very unique compared to what you're starting to see pop up. And that's not just the dome stadiums, but I think the dome stadiums especially.
Get a break in 803-0550. Tim, if you can stick with us, we'll get to your call. Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. We're going to put together a fantastic four-way parlay in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Heading off to Super Wild Card Weekend on WGR.
I heard some good breakdowns that McDermott, what he likes to do in the playoffs, actually might be good against Trevor Lawrence. He'll just pack the middle, make you check it down, and like not allow the big throws.
And that's all they want to do.
And Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback that like once in a while he feels that like I got to take the big shot at some point, kind of like how Allen has been at points in his career. Lawrence is like that, except he doesn't have quite the same physical tools to pull it off as often, and that could be good. That could be good for this matchup. And if that happens, where McDermott gets a couple mistakes, or their run game holds up, like, and I think there's a good chance that their run game holds up. That's kind of why I'm growing in confidence too. Is it's the two run games on either side that. The Bills' defense has been a little bit better against the run as of late, a little bit better, still not great. They're playing a team that has not been running the ball well at all.
Yeah. That's why I flipped the other side, because a run game never knocks them out of the playoffs.
Right, that too. And on the other side, there's stats about the Jags like never facing the type of run game that the Bills have, where they'll go heavy and, two tight ends on the field or three tight ends on the field, Gilliam on the field, and how they're really largely untested in that way. And that also, I watched some of the two Colts games. It was like, I'm not a film watcher. You could just see, like, oh, they just got everybody at the line of scrimmage because they know Riley Leonard's in the game, Daniel Jones left, and then Leonard started the second game. They're just going to run it. Or Rivers started the second game. Like, they're just going to run it. Let's put 8 people in the box, and we'll stop Jonathan Taylor. And when Allen's your quarterback,
can't do that.
Even with the current state of the passing game not being the same as it's been in the past, I don't think you do that against the Bills defense. I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. I mean, that's
Houston,
my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's like 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. Like, all right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and D'Amico Ryans. Like, go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I pick them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But like you said, right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more like pick them.
And Indiana tonight.
Go Indiana. But I'll be rooting for whoever wins.
Yeah, to beat Miami? Me too. 803-0550, it's Buffalo Bills Football Friday. Tim in Connecticut is up. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen, and happy Football Friday. This is actually my first time ever calling into any radio station.
All right.
But there's a reason for it. I hate to bring it up because I'm contradicting myself, but Sean McDermott talk being on the hot seat, it's not just wrong, it's silly. The guy literally had the best year he's ever had this year. He took over the defense. Next game, they did awesome. Every game since, they've gotten better. It's not a coincidence. I think the defense is going to step it up this week. I think everybody has, our defense down. They're not going to do anything. They're going to surprise people. And I think McDermott, who else are we going to get? Who's better than McDermott out there right now? Nobody. So, I just think that needs to be put to rest.
All right, thanks, Tim. I mean, I don't have much of a desire to fire him or move on. I think I agree he's had a very good year coaching this defense. We'll see. The playoffs have always been the spot where he's defined.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's defined by what you do in the playoffs. Everybody is. That's Tomlin now, too. If Tomlin loses to the Texans, he ties Marvin Lewis with the most consecutive playoff losses at 7.
Mm-hmm.
How good you are is how good you are. The playoffs are what's going to define you. I don't think they should fire him if he loses this game. That said, it will be fair if his defense gets carved up by Liam Cohen to ask the question, like, when you get to this spot, is somebody out there always going to be better than him? I don't know that he has the personnel to make that full evaluation right now.
Yeah.
The thing I always stop at is who's better. There are plenty of potential ideas that could work better.
What about who's available right now? Would you say that about anybody?
Like, is there anybody that's a candidate where I'd say, like, oh, you should go get that guy?
There's nobody available right. I wouldn't say that about Harbaugh. I wouldn't say that personally about McDaniel. I wouldn't say that about Stefanski. So there's nobody that's available this second that I would tell you I would rather have than Sean McDermott. If Matt LaFleur got fired and there's been some noise about him, I personally might get to saying him. But I doubt the Bills would.
Matt LaFleur?
Yeah. And there's been some noise about him.
Right. It's just,
but that would be the only, and that's just me personally. He's the only one. Like, I wouldn't say it about Harbaugh or anybody else. And for the Bills' sake, I don't think they would say it about him, LaFleur. I don't think they would say it about. I know the Harbaugh stuff that's being written by like Florio, but I don't think that's the case either. I don't think there's any chance, personally.
Yeah. Is there a guy that if he got fired today, I would say drop what you're doing and hire him as the coach? Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
But even that, there's reason to wonder, like, would Allen be as good, or are their systems predicated on a guy that is always in the structure? Like, here's a stat for you. I got a stat for you on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is the best converter of third and fourth down throws in the league. Nobody converts more third and fourth down throws than Purdy. That comes despite having the lowest yards after catch on those plays. So what this Allen offense is short of the sticks. The Shanahan offense is throw it. Would they be perfect matches? I don't know. I'm not here to argue either way. So I don't need McDermott fired. I just don't ever really, whatever. Anytime this comes up, me like, who else would you get? That makes it sound like he is the best coach ever. And I don't know that he is that. I think he's good. I think he's done a good job. I don't need him fired. All right. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot
yes.
with him? Because, I was looking back actually this yesterday a little bit. on like some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Like Bolden was right there with him. And like Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. Like that dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But like you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. Like, they're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. Like, I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. The playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end.
The Bills head to
Duval
to take on the Jaguars in the wild card Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We got an updated injury report yesterday where safety DeMar Hamlin, defensive tackle Daquan Jones, tight end Dalton Kincaid, safety Jordan Poyer, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited participants in practice. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer did not participate. Some good news to note, linebacker Matt Milano and kicker Matt Prater were upgraded from non-participants on Wednesday to full participants yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Also, Bills cornerback Tre'Davious White is the winner of the 4th annual Kent Hull Stand-Up Guy Award, voted on by members of the Buffalo media. The Sabres got their back-to-back wins after surviving against the Rangers last night.
You know what the thing is? You know what the
Tia Samuelson, Jason Zucker, Alex Tuck, Josh Doan, and Ryan McLeod were the goal scorers, and Colton Ellis allowed 2 goals on 32 shots against. Up next, they're in action Saturday hosting the Ducks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Around the NFL, Titans will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. Lions general manager Brad Holmes said the team will have an in-depth discussion about running back David Montgomery's future in Detroit this offseason. Ravens and Titans requested to interview former Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. Miami head coach Mike McDaniel was fired yesterday, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Lions have reached out to McDaniel about their offensive coordinator vacancy. And the Ravens have requested permission to interview 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh for their head coaching vacancy. In college football, Miami defeated Ole Miss last night, 31-27. And tonight, in the Peach Bowl, Oregon takes on Indiana with kickoff set for 7:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
It all comes down to this. Survive in advance.
There's some dang good football teams in this playoffs, and it's going to take everyone in this locker room's best effort to get the job done.
Back to pass, fires, it's caught, it's a hook and ladder, and it's going for a first down, up over midfield, and out of bounds into Eagles territory.
On the road against a team that won 13 games, has won 8 in a row, whose quarterback is playing as well as any player in the league over the last month or so, and it will be considered a huge failure if they lose the game.
You know, the trades that they made with getting Jacoby Myers on the offensive side has definitely paid dividends, and, you know, it looks like they've got the guys in the spots where they want them now, so we'll have a big challenge in front of us.
What does he dial up with this defense? 3rd and goal. Lawrence, end zone, caught, Myers for the Jacksonville touchdown.
Right back where the drought was broken.
Peterman from the gun. Here we go. Pass, tip, and intercepted by Ramsey to close it out.
The story ends differently this time.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Football Friday. Playoff Football Friday. Playoff Super Great American Football Friday frenzy. We've got a few more minutes to get calls in. Your last chance. We have wide open phone lines. If you've been thinking like, I don't want to win and hold, I don't know, I don't want to, now's your time. Like, last chance, last call. Mm-hmm. We should call this segment Last Call. Last Call. All right? 803-0550. Get your thoughts in.
You could call next segment, though, too.
Well, we're doing our fantastic four-way
That's
parlay.
right. Never mind. You're
and
right.
then Extendo Sports.
Yeah,
Friday,
fair.
9 o'clock. Last call.
Last call.
Time for our last call. Who's going to be the last call? Do we make it like a contest?
To get in before 9:25?
Yeah.
Get in and out. I mean, most people feel pretty confident, I think. Right?
I mean,
I think more people feel confident. This is maybe not a lot to say. More people feel confident in this game than they did last year against Baltimore. Fair?
I think you've got your people that are always confident, and they're confident.
Sure.
Your people that are always nervous, they're nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. This game to me feels like it's the most.
Because I felt like going into the Baltimore playoff game last year, everybody was like, oh my God, Derrick Henry, he's a monster. He's going to run for 500 yards. And can't stop them all. It's like you're going up against,
I might have been very, very nervous about
Avengers.
the matchup. But you know me. I was more nervous about Lamar throwing the ball. I'm never afraid of a team running.
Right.
Which is, I don't know if that's like part of why
people were very afraid of Derrick Henry last year.
People were afraid. How did he do in the playoff game? He was okay.
Not really. They did a pretty good job stopping him.
Did he have
first half he did nothing.
And then the second half, they started giving the ball to Keaton Mitchell in that game.
Yeah, I don't think he did much. But going in, I feel like people were afraid. And I am that way about this Jags team. I don't think most are.
I'll put it this way. I was much more afraid. I'd be much more worried about the Jags than I would about a second matchup with the Ravens.
I think people were still wanting to avoid the Ravens. And every game they played, I was thinking, I'm not afraid of them right now. The way they were built, the way Lamar had been playing, their defense, Calvin Austin's just walking through in burning corners. One thing about their defense that ended up maybe being a sign that they're really bad is that Keon Coleman was able to go off against them. And that doesn't happen to any other defense in the league. So I was thinking this was a tougher matchup, too.
But he went off against them by catching a deflected touchdown pass that extended the game on a fourth down, and then they gave him a giant cushion in garbage time. And
yeah, but even that, the one play at the end of the fourth quarter that he almost scores on that he got tripped on, he beat the corner with a juke move to the inside.
The corner gave him a 15-yard cushion.
Right, but then once he arrived there, it's jab Steph left and gets open on the right, and it's Keon Coleman. Even if you you shouldn't allow Keon Coleman to do that.
It was a bit reminiscent of Gabe Davis getting open on 4th and 13. The guy gave you a 10-yard, 15-yard cushion, and you fell down. Anyway, whatever. We have to take away from that. Good morning. Hey, the last time the Sabres had 50 points last year was February 22nd. They have 50.
When they got to 50
When they got
last
to
year.
50 points, it was February 22nd.
And today's January 9th?
Yes. Do you know how many games they'd have to lose in a row to get to 50 points in the same number of games?
I almost feel uncomfortable saying it.
13.
Which is how many games they lost in a row last year?
Don't lose 13 in a row. There you go.
I'm good. We're good.
Right.
They're not going to lose 13 in a row.
No, that's right. 803-0550 is our phone number. On the Bills, on the Jags, whatever you're looking for. I never think they're going to lose because the team's going to run all over them. I'm much
Well, then you should be intimidated by Jacksonville because that's not how they're probably going to beat the Bills.
For sure. I'm much more concerned about a team that can throw it. And Jacksonville has been pretty good at that. So when you're talking matchups about Bills and Patriots, or Bills-Patriots, Bills-Jags, I preferred the Patriots. Mm-hmm. I know their quarterback might be better, but their passing weapons have been banged up. They're just not the same. And New England's defense is not as good. Right. So if you get through Jacksonville and the Bills end up going to New England, okay. Wait, they can't go to New
That'd
England.
That'd be the AFC Championship.
That's right. If they go to Denver, all right, Denver doesn't run the ball particularly well. That's not what scares me.
Nobody really runs the ball great.
Right. The Bills do.
The Bills run the ball great, and we'll see if they can be the team that wins it that way. Just running through the playoffs, running the ball. Who gets hot as a running back in the playoffs and carries a team all the way? Barkley maybe did that before the Super Bowl last year. Well, the first guy that came on was James Starks. When James Starks went on a tear, but that might just be because he was a UB guy. It doesn't really ever happen that way. And I'm not sure Bills fans are thinking that's the whole reason why it would happen now. Allen exists, and even though he doesn't have a ton of trustworthy options to throw to, I think part of the confidence is just Josh has got this. That he'll carry them through. I wonder if they would say they would take the scenario the GM said he would take at the end of last year, which
down
is
3 points.
Yeah, ball in Allen's hand to win the game because that's how the last two playoff.
I would
games
like to
ended.
say I would not take that. Let's not take that.
I wouldn't take that.
You're the favorite. Why am I taking losing at the end of the game?
Yeah, I would not take that.
I mean, I would take it and see what happens, but I would just.
But I wouldn't sign up for it right now.
I'd like a better outcome.
Yeah.
Daniel in Allentown. Hey, Dylan. Hey, Daniel.
Good morning, guys. I think we have a better shot, or at least I feel better this year versus last year against Baltimore. I think Baltimore was a really top-shelf team last year. But anyways, I was calling because I saw a stat, I think, in the Buffalo News maybe a day or two ago that really made me think. It said that Jacksonville, in their last 7 games, they have faced, in 6 of those 7, they've faced either a rookie quarterback or a backup quarterback. This is not a rookie or a backup quarterback. I think this is a much better test for their defense, and I think that we can roll because of that. I think we have a much better chance. Their defense is not as top tier as I think people are thinking because they've played some really inexperienced quarterbacks. Thoughts?
I've heard a little of that this week, too. I'm willing to give that a little bit of room.
Yeah.
That, you played, I saw the list the other day, they played a lot of first and second year quarterbacks this year. The stats about the run game, not really, their run defense not really seeing the type of attack the Bills have. I'm listening to that a little bit. I still think they are a very, very good unit overall. But I am definitely warming to the idea as the week goes on that they are not as, they're not as terrifying maybe as I opened the week thinking.
Okay.
I still think they're very, very good, though.
I just think that any sort of resume-based stat is designed to remove context, and you should just throw it in the trash. The Bills faced a non-rookie quarterback when they played Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
They faced a rookie quarterback in Drake May. Removing context with these bigger...
Isn't it adding context, though, to their numbers? Isn't that what it's doing?
No, when you just say, they've played second and first-year quarterbacks, okay, were they good or not? Did they play good quarterbacks or bad quarterbacks? If they played if they played Drake May, that's a good rookie quarterback. They played Cam Ward, he said rookie and second year.
Yeah.
Who am I playing against? Am I playing Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson? Am I playing Brady Cook? Am I playing... It's just a lot of these stats. It's the same kind of mindset. And whatever, you can have whatever you want for it, Daniel. You can use it. I'm not mad at you or anybody that does. For me, it's the same as, and this win streak, they only have wins over 2 teams with a winning record. Okay, the Bills have that for the year. Wins over teams that finish with a winning record, right?
Yeah.
The Bills have a win over Andy Dalton.
Right.
Is it good or is that bad because it's a backup? The Bills have losses, 3 losses to guys that didn't finish the season as their starter.
Mm-hmm.
Tua, Penix, Davis Mills.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Resumes, I just throw them out. Not interested. Resume says, hey, the Panthers beat the Rams. Doesn't matter.
See, though, but that
doesn't matter.
Add context to that resume. They beat the Panthers, but if you look into that game,
the Panthers beat
the
the
Rams didn't have a third down on offense until the late third quarter of that game.
And still
while
lost?
I'm not, when I think of resume, I don't want the result. Throw the result out. What did you do in the game? Carolina in that game could not get a stop on the Rams unless it was a turnover. So what would I mean that to say? That would say to me, the Rams are going to move the ball at will on Carolina, and that is a part of that resume. If you just say Panthers beat the Rams, so therefore I think they could beat the Rams again. To me, that's subtracting context.
Right. The Rams punted once in the game.
Right. They were incredible. Stafford just threw a couple of bad passes.
He threw a pick 6.
Yeah. A pick 6 that can really change a football game. So, and when I'm looking at that with Jacksonville, though, I don't think there is enough of that. We could try to pick that apart and say, the quarterbacks to beat are Bo Nix and Riley Leonard and Brady Cook. But it's not enough of it. They have been tested. They've played Burrow. They've played Mahomes. They've played Darnold and Stafford and Herbert. And some of these guys they've done really well against. Herbert, they smashed in that game. But against, Burrow earlier in the season, they didn't. So...
the Bills also have the best record.
It's too balanced.
The Bills have the best record in the NFL when giving up 30 points. Aren't they 3-1 when they give up 31 points or more?
Yeah. I pointed out earlier in the week they have a winning record when they give up a 100-yard rusher. So what does that to say?
Right.
I mean, that's maybe more evidence that you shouldn't be afraid of a team running on you.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess all these are stats to help you feel better, give you context. I just feel like more often than not they are designed to remove context and make you feel like someone is fake. Is anybody allowed to be good?
I think, the Bills are seen that way, right?
The Bills' wins this year are over Lamar, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 40. They beat Justin Fields. They beat Tua. They beat Spencer Rattler, backup. They lost to Drake May. They lost to Penix. They beat Andy Dalton, backup. They beat Mahomes, who had a terrible year.
Mm-hmm.
He was fine, actually. I'm not taking anything away from Mahomes. They lost to Tua. They beat Baker. What did the Bucs do after that loss? They lost all of their games.
Right.
One of your best wins is over a team that lost almost every game after that.
Right.
They beat Aaron Rodgers. They beat Burrow, giving up 34.
Mm-hmm.
They beat May, giving up 31. They beat Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm picking him to win. But I've got my concerns.
I feel like I know who the Jags are, mostly. And I feel like the Bills, that is less true. And a lot of that is the differentiating of the types of wins they have. And also, I mean, the losses, maybe there's more of a common thread. But, like, to me, if anyone's trying to figure out, like, what the Jags are, like, I think we kind of know. And I don't think you need to pick apart, like, who they've played and what the quarterbacks look like.
Wouldn't you just say they're just a good team?
They're just a good team. They are a good team.
On both sides of the ball, they're just a good team.
Yeah, I don't think they're the best team the Bills have ever faced in the playoffs, but I think they are far, far from the worst team that they've played in the playoffs.
How about special teams? Don't they have a big edge?
With Heath Farwell calling the shots?
Well, with Cam
Parker
Little.
Washington and Cam Little.
Like, they have a good return game.
Yeah, they have the best. They have the longest distance kicker in the NFL, and they have this year's best punt returner in the NFL.
Part of the reason I like to lift up teams the Bills are playing, if I think they're good, is because if the Bills win, they
should deserve a ton of credit if they beat the Jags on Sunday on the road. That's a good team you would beat.
Yeah, you can't call a team a fraud for a full week, and then when you beat that team, say, like, great win.
Right.
I think they're real, and if you beat them, that's a great win.
They will get fraud status, though, if the Bills smoke them, but I don't see that happening.
That might be right. Will the Bills get fraud status if the Jaguars smoke them?
It won't be labeled that way because everyone will start yelling about Allen and McDermott. Right? Whereas if the Jags lose, it's be, they weren't as good as we thought they were. The Bills, it'll be, why weren't you as good as we thought you were?
Right, and I don't want to do that. I don't want, if the Bills win, the Jags are a fraud. If the Bills win, it's because Allen did enough and the run game did enough and Joe Brady called a good game and Sean McDermott, the defense, got it together. Like, I don't think there's frauds here.
The coaching would be like big coaching battle on Sunday because I think the way that Cohen and Campanelli have been calling plays this year, like I'll be impressed if the Bills win either one of those matchups. McDermott versus Cohen, Campanelli against Joe Brady. I mean, I'm much more confident than McDermott could, and also Bobby Babich, could have a scheme and have a game plan that works against the Jags. I'm more worried about the other side of it, for sure.
Brady?
Yeah.
But he gets Josh. Jordan in Lancaster. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you this morning?
Good.
Good. I guess just real quick, 2 wishes for this weekend here. Also got real good vibes going into this. I think we definitely give ourselves a pretty good shot going up against the Jags this weekend. But 2 wishes of mine would be, A, we put our best 5 receivers out there. In my opinion, I'm hoping Gabe gets the shot over either Keon or Palmer. Make it a little dramatic here with Gabe having a good game over top of his former team. But I liked how him and Josh had a bit of a reconnection last week, and I think that he's going to stand out a bit this week and do his thing. Secondly would be I just hope that we win the penalty battle here. I think as long as we play good, clean football here, and be able to at least win that against the Jags, I think that gives ourselves a heck of a chance to come out on top. I feel like penalties are going to become a factor here in this weekend's game, but hoping at least we put ourselves in a good spot and win that battle. But other than that, good vibes going into it. Definitely feel a lot better going against the Jags, like Joe said earlier, against Baltimore last year. But hopefully we're talking next week. Looking forward to our next opponent. Go Bills.
Thanks, Jordan. Hopefully we're not talking about the end of the season like we didn't like the spot on a 4th down.
Yeah.
That was tough.
I think it's probably good news that, as Sal mentioned earlier, it's a refereeing crew that doesn't like to call a lot of penalties because aren't the Bills a little aggressive in that department?
On holding?
Yeah. Both sides of the ball?
That's what Vrabel says.
Right. I think the numbers back that up, though. I think they are pretty high.
Yeah.
In holding penalties.
NFLpenalties.com if you want that. You can chart that. You think the Bills are the most defensive holding in the league?
I'm not sure. Offensive, I'm more sure.
Defensive holding penalties, totals by team, count against the Bills, 9. That is tied for 2nd in the NFL, and that is number 1 in the playoffs, but tied with Jacksonville.
There you go. Wash. Another one of these, everything. Just, they fit together, these two teams.
803-0550. Last call. All right, Friday segment, 9 o'clock. Now, new title. It's called Last Call.
Love it.
Make sure you have some time for a little bit more. We're going to start flicking the lights on and off to get you guys to get out of here. Which is in the studio. Just flick the lights on and off. Like, all right, it's time.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy and Joe, more of your phone calls. Our fantastic four-way parlay, Extendo Sports, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We'll get the update from Sean McDermott on some of the injured players. It's coming up with Sal ahead of the Bills and Jags. Wild card weekend is upon us here on WGR. I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling who would you even call? You call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
You might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call
someone.
the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
it'd be for someone that has a win.
That's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
Been a long time.
Yeah, that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
It's so funny about that, like, reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that whatever. I think it's almost no chance.
I think at this point, if you're picking them to beat the Jags on Sunday, I don't see any way you would pick against them until we get to the Super Bowl. Because I don't see anybody. I mean, that's
Houston,
my feeling.
Houston could scare a lot of people.
Houston would be the thing, but if they beat Jacksonville, it depends how it looks, I guess. If they beat the Jags, in a low-scoring game and Lawrence throws up all over himself and he just, doesn't have it, and they win a game, low-scoring and Cook's running, but it's maybe not even – maybe it's a little gross. Maybe you get a pick six and you win 20-10. That might not give everyone total confidence that the offense is going to go into Houston and have a day. But if they beat the Jags in a thrilling game where it's like 35-31 and Allen has a big game and Cook has a big game, then I think everyone's going to be riding high. Like, all right, they're more ready now. They're more ready now to go beat Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and D'Amico Ryans. Like, go do it. So I think maybe this game would depend who would pick them to lose to the Houston Texans. I'll say right now, there's nobody else in the conference I pick them to lose to.
Then Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, and maybe I would get there on Houston, depending how Sunday looked. But, like you said, right now, I think I would pick them to beat the Texans. So I wouldn't get there until the Super Bowl, after this week.
Yeah.
And even this week, I've come down a little bit. I'm more like pick them.
Get some more of your calls in a minute here. And the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. The Parlay Kings are back, though. The gang's all back together for a Football Friday, and we've got a weekend of wild card action. We're each going to pick a leg from any game you want, guys. We've got games 2 tomorrow, 3 Sunday, 1 Monday. Pick your leg anywhere you want, and let's put together a 4-way parlay. Who wants to go first? We've got me, Joe, Alt Joe, and then Owen the Parlay Killer.
Here we go.
I can go first, or do we want to start with the Parlay Killer
Well,
first?
I mean, since you're Alt Joe, I don't think there's any risk of us taking the same bet.
Right.
I'm not diving around in those alternate lines.
I was contemplating going away from it, but then remembering
you're Alt Joe.
What's
You're Alt
happened.
Joe.
Yeah, can't do it. So I'm going Bears-Packers. That's where I'm gonna live for the leg. Christian Watson, alt receptions 5+. We're gonna go. Not a crazy number. He's gotten like 4, 5 the last couple of weeks, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Okay. Christian Watson, 5+ catches.
Plus 220.
I like that. You want me to go next here, fellas?
Sure. Go for it.
All right. I like Tet McMillan's over in the Panthers-Rams game. I think they're going to need to chuck the ball around. He's awesome, and his number is 55.5, so it's not a crazy high number. Get plus money on a decent spot. So
I looked at that. I looked at Ted over 55.5. All right.
for me.
2 receiver props so far. Yes.
All right. I am going to go with one that I wonder if you guys might hate it because it feels like it might be a good matchup. I'm going to go Saquon Barkley under 79.5 rushing yards in this game.
Okay.
Barkley has gone under that number 12 times this season, and a lot of them are against bad he went under against the Bills defense. He went under against the Raiders defense, the Giants, the Cowboys, like bad run defenses, the Buccaneers. I think you saw it in that Bills game. Like he's hunting for holes, and he's not very good at that. And when he doesn't have an elite offensive line, he's always had problems in his career. So I think give Saleh a week to prepare for him, 2 weeks to prepare really for him, and I think they'll get under a pretty big number.
All right. I'm going to pick my new favorite prop. Get on board.
Ooh.
Going to Rams. Panthers.
Okay.
Give me the under.
Wow.
Just the straight under?
No. Matthew Stafford rushing yards under a half yard.
Yes.
Electric.
You haven't lived.
Every time he scrambles out of the pocket.
You haven't lived until you watch the game. Just watch Matthew Stafford not run. And you potentially get a built-in -2 or 3 on kneel downs.
Under half a yard?
Under half a yard, Matthew Stafford rushing.
Let's go.
There we go. Let's go.
1 yard.
He's not going to have to run.
Really, the other thing, too, is he could, scramble off for a 2-yard run. You give me a couple kneel downs at the end, and he goes back under it.
Matthew Stafford under a half yard.
All right.
He averages 0.1 on the season.
Yeah.
I love
Electric.
it. I love it.
It's so good.
His rushing game log, I mean, I'll pull it up for you. I placed a couple of these unders on Stafford and Cousins, and Rodgers is a little bit more risky.
Yeah.
But, man, rushing yards for Stafford. Here is rushing
Goff
yards.
is always fun with those.
Yep.
Stafford. Starting with the season opener. Ready? -2, -6, 0, 4, 0, 1, 1, -4, -3, 0, 0, -1, 0, 2, 6, 0, 3. Wow. He's hot. He's gotten over a half yard in 3 of the last 4. We're looking for regression here.
Yeah.
Under. And against Carolina in the first matchup, he ran once for -1.
Wow.
Under on Stafford.
It's awesome.
There you go. There's your fantastic 4-way parlay. I'm so glad it's there. They don't always offer it under a half yard. So I got it.
What's the game of the weekend that interests you most other than Bills?
It's funny because the first game, Rams-Panthers, I like watching the Rams. So that interests me.
Yeah.
The second game, the Packers are limping to the finish, and I like watching the Bears now. They're fun to watch.
Yep. They play a lot of exciting games.
Yeah. Third
down
game
to the wire.
Third game is Bills-Jags. Fourth game is Eagles-Niners.
Yep.
And I like to hate watch the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I'm into that one. The night game is Chargers-Patriots. I think I'm into that one. The game I want to watch the least is Texans-Steelers. I just don't want it. I don't want to do it.
Until it might mean where the Bills go.
Houston wins 13-10.
Yeah.
And we're just like, just don't want it. I don't want anything to do with it. So I guess my answer is it's a 5-way tie with the Steelers and Texans being last.
I think my answer is Niners-Eagles. Like, I like the matchups there. The brands are good there. It's the rematch of the NFC Championship a couple years ago where the Niners lost all their quarterbacks. I'm into that one. And also, that could be an opportunity to really dunk on the Eagles. If they cannot play offense against that defense. And that's, again, like part of the reason I go like under on Barkley is I trust Robert Saleh coming up with a game plan more than I trust Nick Sirianni on offense right now. Like, they don't do it to anybody. And if they go out and like just put up a stinker, I'm here for all the drama in Philadelphia. Those Eagles, they are cutthroat. Would they fire Sirianni for Harbaugh?
I'm telling you, the thing that they will want.
It's not actually out of the question.
You know what they will want to do? They will want to trade Hurts. It's what they should do.
If they lose on Sunday?
They should trade Hurts.
I talked to my brother about what his future is, and he said to me that if Joe Burrow is actually on the market, Howie Roseman will offer everything he can to get Joe Burrow in Philadelphia.
They would move on from Hurts in a second.
Yeah,
if they could get the right deal for it.
Yep.
Anthony in Tonawanda. Anthony, what's up? Hello, Anthony.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hello. How's it going? Happy Friday. First of all, I just want to say, Joe, I kind of agree with you on the fact that Jacksonville is the team in the playoffs here that scares me the most. I will say, though, number 17 can never count us out. I will never count us out. I still think we got it in the bag. So I'll be hopeful for that. And my only other point that I wanted to ask, or a question I wanted to ask, is what do you guys think is actually going to happen with, like, the receivers here? I know Shavers was out. I know Shakir was out, so we're saving them. They're going to be dressed. But who all do we think is even going to be in this lineup? Because, you know, that's going to be a crucial part here. But I know Gabe Davis probably has the experience. I don't know what's going on with Coleman, you know, at this point. So I'm just curious to see what you guys got on that. I'll hang up and listen, but go Bills, and we'll talk to you on Victory Monday.
All right.
I think even if Palmer didn't play on Sunday, I would be surprised if Coleman dressed.
So your receivers are going to be Shakir, Shavers, Gabe, Cooks.
That's 4?
That's 4.
Hardman.
One
over Coleman.
Element of this is you're going to dress Kincaid. You're going to have your 3 tight ends.
Yep.
I'll be shocked if they only dress 4 receivers.
I agree with that.
So Coleman gets in?
I think Hardman.
Hardman?
I don't think they trust Coleman to do anything other than a Week 18 game, I guess. Like, yeah. I'd be surprised. I think Hardman's more likely than Coleman to play.
Well,
not that it probably either one of them matters, because I don't think, unless there was an injury, that either one of them dressing would mean anything for them on offense. Like, their rotation at receiver, I think that is settled. Well, I guess it depends if Palmer plays. If Palmer plays, he would factor in. But if he doesn't, if Coleman plays, I don't expect him to be out there. If Hardman plays, I don't expect him to be out there. It will be a rotation of Shavers, Davis, Shakir, and Cooks.
If they were to win the Super Bowl with this group, it'd be like if you ran out of gas on the highway, but you were on a downhill and you made it another 6 miles to the gas station and pulled in and gassed up, and you're like, you know what? We should not do that again. We made it.
Yeah,
but that was not a good idea.
Yes,
we should not do that again. Peter in Louisville. Hey, Peter.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My question is this, and it's tied to the first half slow starts. I think we played a lot of teams coming off the bye week. Can you guys look at that? Because Josh's answer about self-assessment, I really like that idea.
So this year, the Bills played 2 games against teams coming off a bye. Most teams play 1 game. The Commanders played 4 teams coming off a bye this year.
New England was one of them, right? They won that game.
Yes, they did.
What was the other one? Was the other one Kansas City?
The Bills?
Yeah.
Maybe they think Kansas City had a bye afterwards. I don't remember the 2 teams they played off.
Well, I know New England was one of them,
and they beat them.
And they beat New England. So now, to your point, that was a slow first half, and if that's the thing you're trying to pinpoint, maybe. Although for this game, bye, you can't really prepare the same way for the next team you play because you don't know, although the Bills would have been doing pre-scouting on Jacksonville a lot before last week's game. But if you're doing it on rest, the Jags played all their starters into the fourth quarter last week, and the Bills didn't really play there. So if there is any rest advantage at all, you would think it would lean towards the Bills side.
Sure.
Because Allen didn't play. Cook didn't really play. Dawkins didn't play.
Put it up on Shouty Show. Rest versus rust.
Sure, right. Atlanta was the other game the Bills played. The team was coming off their bye.
Okay, so they're 1-1 against teams off a bye.
Right.
And they won off of their bye, which they always do. Right? Sean McDermott always wins off the bye.
Every single time.
They win off the bye this year?
Yes.
Who was the game off the bye? It would have been...
They played Carolina.
Okay. All right, 803-0550. Another call. Let's go to Alan in the car. Alan, good morning.
Hey, guys. I just had a question, and I know this was a little after the fact, but a friend and I were talking and rating playoff teams, and I said, I really think by losing that Eagles game, we blew our chance to play the Steelers. And he said, no. I wouldn't go there. He says, I'll rate my teams that I want to play. Number one is New England because Milton Williams is back, and I think Drake May's a far better quarterback. Maybe not so much this year, but he's got a little bit more wheels on him than Trevor Lawrence. And he said, then I'll go with Denver, and I'll go with the Steelers and then the Chargers last. And he says that Steelers game scared me a little because we tend to play down to teams like that. Not only that, Rodgers and the way he played against the Ravens may have changed that a little bit. I picked the Steelers over. This is what he said.
You're saying in the next round, who are the teams you'd least like?
I meant this round, the opening round. I meant the opening round. I thought we blew our chance to play the Steelers, and he said, I don't know.
Right. Where do you rank the Jags?
And I just wanted your opinion on that. And he ranked his teams. He had New England, and he had Denver, and he had Pittsburgh, and then the Chargers. I'm sorry, he had Houston, Pittsburgh, and then the Chargers. And
but where are the Jaguars? They played.
Yeah, I still haven't heard the Jaguars.
Where are the Jaguars? Where are the Texans?
I'm sorry, the Jags were the second team, or
okay.
the third team after Denver, and then the fourth was Houston.
Steelers.
The fifth, and then in the fifth was Steelers, and then sixth was the Chargers. And I began to think about it a little bit, and watching that Ravens Steelers game Sunday night made me think that maybe he was right. Maybe. That Rodgers has a little bit of muscle in the playoffs.
He doesn't.
I would be.
He doesn't. They lost to the Browns 2 weeks ago. They won that game because of a kick.
Yeah, no.
No. There's no way I'd rather play anybody but the Steelers. The Bills smashed the Steelers' faces off, and Tomlin is a terrible playoff coach. He has a Super Bowl. Congratulations. He's lost 6 consecutive playoff games. Can Rodgers do something good? I guess he has the lowest depth of target anywhere by a lot. Mm-hmm. He can't throw anymore.
He's playing through a broken hand.
You play a defense that has any chops, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Their defense is a mess. No, Pittsburgh would have been absolutely my first choice. Past that,
yeah. Like I'm looking back now, and as we're talking about this, I'm thinking, man, Josh, that last pass against the Eagles
could have played the Steelers.
That was, if he hits that pass, they play the Steelers. Tough. It's a lot of value.
I guess I'm not that worried about that. Like, if you're going to
I would so much rather
No,
play
I know. But to me, it's like, I guess I'm falling to be one of those people that says, it's up to the Bills. If they play their game, they'll beat the Steelers. If they play their game, they'll beat the Jaguars. So are they going to be... But I know that's not right. There's 2 teams here, and the other team forces you into mistakes. A team that I think is not dangerous for some, but could be dangerous for the Bills, is the Chargers. Mm-hmm. The Chargers have an awesome defense. Like, the Chargers are not. The Chargers to me are not that different than the Jaguars. They're the Jaguars without tackles,
right?
And I might like Herbert more as a passer, and their weapons maybe not as much. I mean, Oronde Gadsden's been nice for them, and
they're close.
They're I think the Chargers and the Jaguars are not that far apart. So, yeah, I don't know. Thanks, Alan, for the phone call. New England with Milton Williams is a little different. Okay, but when the Bills came back to beat the Patriots, they didn't do it in the run game. A little bit. Right?
They stuck with the run in that game.
Yeah, I guess
more
so.
than any comeback I've ever seen when you're down 20.
That's right.
Yeah, like it was more balanced. Like, they weren't just exclusively running it, but they were running it more than most teams down 21.
That's right. In the second half, they started that as well. Yeah. It is funny also how, like, every one of these comebacks that the Bills have had, The game turns on one play, lucky or not. In New England, what are they mad about after that game? The interception/interference on 4th down pass to Shakir.
Right.
Like, if that doesn't get ruled a catch or interference, the Patriots have the ball and the game maybe goes differently. So these games are on they're on a razor's edge. 803-0550.
Whoever they played, I think, this week, other than Pittsburgh, I think it would probably sound similarly to how this week has sounded.
That's right. If they played Pittsburgh, I'd be planning round 2.
Yeah, I might not have started the week saying I think, that the Patriots would have beat the Bills or whoever. But I think it would largely be looked at the same. Different matchups, different, strengths and weaknesses for every team. And I think trying to figure out where the Jaguars might have a weakness has been interesting this week and where maybe they're good but not great. Because other teams, I think it is obvious. So maybe it's more challenging to kind of figure out what the Jags are. The Chargers, not hard. It's like, I'm playing the Chargers. They have no tackles. It's easy. I can just figure that out. New England, they don't have a pass rush. I can just easily look at all these teams and kind of know what they're bad at. And I think figuring that out with Jacksonville this week has been more challenging. I've landed on their run game stinks. The run game stinks.
That doesn't make me feel better, though.
I know, right.
Because I don't care about another team's run game.
Right.
I don't think that it's never knocked the Bills from the playoffs, and they don't expect it to.
Right.
Unless it's the Rams.
What's the Travis? Maybe I should have thrown that in as the under.
Really,
what is ETN's number?
The Bills are the best run team. Who's second best?
In the playoffs?
In these playoffs. Because the other great run teams like Indy, Baltimore.
Ooh. You're just doing AFC?
No, whole NFC.
Whole NFC?
Seahawks,
the Rams are a good running team.
They are a good running team. The Seahawks? No.
No.
The Eagles? Not this year.
Not this year.
The Niners? Okay. I guess.
Oh, no. McCaffrey's been more through the air this year.
Okay.
McCaffrey, yards over expected, has been terrible.
If they lose, I think it's very unlikely they lose to a team that they lose because they get run on.
Who is the second best run team in the playoffs? The Bears aren't great, right? At running it?
Do you want it by EPA? I'll give you that.
Yeah, give me that.
All right.
This might make a good point. I wonder if the Bills are the only playoff team in the top 10. But Bills and Rams. I'm sure the Rams are up there.
You might really like for their chances because then you could say, here you go.
Maybe Green Bay is up there.
Rush EPA. The Bills have a positive rush EPA. The next best, Indianapolis. Sorry, not next best. Indy's better. The Rams. The Rams have a good one. The Bears have a decent one. Baltimore's out of the playoffs. Most teams, you'll find this. Most teams' rushing EPA is a negative number, which means you run because you feel like you have to, but it makes you lose points. Mm-hmm. The teams with a positive rush EPA this year: Bills, Rams, Colts, Bears,
all right,
Ravens.
All right, 3 playoff teams.
Bengals.
Really?
Chase Brown had a good year. Bengals. Yeah, Bengals have a positive rush EPA.
Interesting.
Now, drop back EPA, that's what the Bills are behind New England, the Rams, Packers. That's it.
Okay.
You've got a balanced offensive attack that can still do a lot because you have Josh Allen carrying the passing game and you have the rush game that helps as well. As long as he doesn't take a bunch of sacks, they should be good. They should be okay.
We have a little tidbit coming in. Ian Rappaport, the Ravens have requested an interview with Joe Brady.
For head coach?
Head coach.
All right. Go for it. Sure. I can let him know some good restaurants in Baltimore. It's a nice steakhouse downtown.
He is
right across from the aquarium.
He has such a tough job. Every offensive coordinator's got to know you have the most miserable job in the world. Here you are, maybe going to take this team to the Super Bowl, and he's got a job interview. Oh yeah, interesting. Do you want that job? Ravens. He deserves it.
So they're interviewing Davis Webb and Joe Brady. What are they going for?
Well,
they want young coordinator type. I guess that is the opposite of what Harbaugh was. Harbaugh was just
CEO.
CEO. He was not X's and O's. I mean, he was a special teams coordinator, so he's not even really got a specialty, one side of the ball or the other. Maybe that's what they're going for. Who's the best X's and O's guy they can get? Although, again, we've had our conversations about Brady with that.
That's right. Now I want to check out the positive run teams last year. Who?
Philly.
Yeah, rush EPA last year.
I'm sure.
Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit, Washington,
all playoff
Tampa,
teams.
Philly.
Playoffs.
Those are your positive rush EPA teams last year.
Yep.
Yep. Last year was a lot of playoff teams made it with the run. This year, not as many. Like it's 2. It's the Bills and the Rams. Okay. And that could be the Super Bowl. And it would not shock anybody, I don't think. 2 wild card teams make it. These 2 teams are, the division format makes it like this, where, especially in the NFC West, all 3 of those teams are good. All right, Extendo Sports coming up. I don't buy that McDermott has any sort of time ticking on him. And I teased going to the break the Harbaugh story. So here I want to give you this. Like anybody telling you John Harbaugh, the Bills, people around the league are wondering about John Harbaugh or Mike Florio. Like you're always going to see these ways that it's connected. You want to know if the Bills are connected to John Harbaugh? You know how? Because he called them.
Yeah.
He called the Bills. And if you're calling who would you even call? You call the GM? The GM's not hiring and firing coaches.
I mean, you might, though. You might call him.
You might call the GM. You call the owner.
Yeah.
Please. There's no way the Bills are monitoring the John Harbaugh situation. No way. And that could only be the owner is motivated by someone that has won a Super Bowl, but still.
That's the only thought I had about it is if Pagula ever did do it, I don't think he will. I don't think now's the time that he would do it anyway. If he ever did do it,
it'd be for someone that has a win.
That's the type of coach he would hire.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. I just think
Although I think Harbaugh gets credit for certain things like that maybe he doesn't deserve.
Been a long time.
Yeah, that's just the winning part of it. But, like, keeping a organization, like, tight and together and culture the way McDermott has, if those are the things that you value, like, Harbaugh does not as well, I don't think, in those categories.
It's so funny about that, like, reputation for a good culture versus an actually good culture versus are you just winning games? Like, who gets credit for a great culture? Tomlin. All the time.
Oh, and it's insane.
All the time. And they are constantly cycling players out of there because they have problems. So does he have a good one or not? Who knows? So, whatever. I don't think there's any chance the Bills head coach is going to go. I'm waiting for someone to say that whatever. I think it's almost no chance. What I'm kind of hoping we are at the precipice of is this is going to be Josh Allen's legacy month.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get one of these. We have seen Patrick Mahomes make the Super Bowl and say, I don't think that team is even that good.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they got there. Is this Josh's time to do that? Where they get there and other people might say, like, wow, Josh Allen really did it. I don't know if they're that good. Who do they got catching the ball? Who's on that defense? They keep getting by. So maybe it's the start of legacy month for him. It's the start of, his stature growing even more because they get the job done. All that said, every 5 minutes I just think, I don't know what's going to happen in this game. I'm going to pick them to win it, but I don't know what's going to happen in this game.
If he has a legacy month, as you say, doesn't someone, what does it look like? Doesn't someone have to be riding along with him in the pass game for that to happen? Doesn't someone have to get hot with him? Because, I was looking back actually this yesterday a little bit on, some of these quarterbacks that got hot when Flacco got hot in the playoffs and he won his one Super Bowl.
Jacoby Jones? Who was it?
It was Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Bolden led every category in receiving during the playoffs. He averaged 95 yards per game. He had 4 touchdowns in 4 games. Bolden was right there with him. And Torrey Smith, I think, had some big numbers too, but it was Bolden. That dude got hot in the playoffs for Baltimore. He was a little bit older at that point. But you got somebody. This would require someone, I think. They're not going to... I don't think Allen has legacy month with everybody eats, where he's spreading the ball around to everyone. I think more likely it would be, they found something in Brandon Cooks, and he had one last thing left to deliver in the league, even in the year 2026. He's been around forever. Or Kincaid stays healthy. I think that's probably the most likely. I think his health is major for the playoffs because I think he would be the guy that would be most likely to say, all right, he got hot. They playoffs, maybe they started using him more, and fingers crossed he stayed healthy, and he was a great tight end.
All right, very quickly before we go, Sal's coming up at the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Al Michaels is returning for another year on Amazon.
Age 82 season.
Okay. He's on tomorrow night, Saturday night's call of Bears-Packers.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be back for another year. Says he wants to be back. They're having him back. What else? Joe Brady going to be – they've requested an interview. The Ravens have requested an interview with Joe Brady for head coach. They already completed one with Davis Webb. Clint Kubiak interviewing with the Raiders.
Okay.
Today. That's their bye week.
Quick, name a Jag.
Maurice Jones-Drew. No, I want a different one.
Ernest Wilford.
Fred Taylor. I want more. Natron. No, Natron means never went to the
Byron
Jags,
Leftwich.
Byron Leftwich. David Garrard.
Marcus Stroud.
John Henderson.
Paul Posluszny. He was there forever.
Marcel Darius?
Yeah.
Mark Brunell.
Darius was on the Jags in the 17 playoff game because they traded him there midseason.
Matt Moore? Quarterback?
Sure.
Maybe.
How about Blaine Gabbert?
Yeah. Blake Bortles, Blaine Gabbert.
Yep. Blake Bortles, a quarter away from beating the Patriots in the AFC Championship game.
Jimmy Smith. Donovan Darius. That's a good pull, Donovan Darius.
Mike Thomas, Mike Sims Walker.
I had Mike Hollis yesterday. Jimmy Smith. Keenan McCardell.
TJ Yeldon.
Ben Koyak.
Oh, that's where we ended.
All right.
Hey, get ready for the Ultimate Fan Getaway Buffalo Football Legends Cruise. Sal's hosting, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors. Thurman, Steve Tasker, Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie. You set sail for Miami May 10th through the 17th. Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond, Porto Plata, Tortola, and more awesome locations. You can lock in your spot now at BuffaloFootballLegends.com.
Natron means, I'm told, did play for the Jags.
Okay.
That's a win. Also,
he was the guy who tore up the Bills in the 96 playoff.
96 playoff game. Okay, there you go. More remembered as a Charger. Remember, if the Bills win, your blast online is the Jags are Jags. Just a guy. Can't believe we got all the way to Friday at 10 o'clock when we're going to the Just a Guy. These guys are just Jags. They're just guys. All right, we'll talk Sunday for pregame.